Chat will be starting in just a second. I am joined by my good friend Chille. How's it going, Chille? Not too bad. It's been a horrendous week at work. A couple more minutes and we should be good to start. Just sorting a couple of things out. How have you been, buddy?
Not bad, thank you. Not bad at all.
Saving those pennies for the PlayStation Pro.
No, I'm spending all my money on Dragon Ball.
How's it going, chat? Gonna be starting in just a moment. That's the problem. It's like my son was on playing whatever he was playing, and he's like, "One more go, Dad. One more go. One more go." 7,500 goes later. One more go.
Sounds like Vampire Survivors to me. Been playing that now. That's on PlayStation.
Oh, alright, I think we are good to rock and roll. Might as well make a start. Wait, that's not working? No way. Okay, it's working. How's it going, folks? Welcome back to another stream. I'm joined by Chille.
I'm sorry, chat. Hi.
The Ultra Pony is back.
I thought you'd need a break from me. I was on quite a lot of times, so I thought, you know what, I should take a break.
I know, right? Chat was like, "Man, that pony keeps coming back. What is going on here?" So, how's everyone been? Chille, what have you been playing lately outside of 14?
11.
Oh, God damn it. I saw your YouTube short where you got charmed and charmed and charmed.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah. Oh, like, okay, I can fight. Nope, can't fight now. So yeah, no, I've been enjoying 11.
It's still a good game, right?
Yeah.
I'll
admit there's. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
There are some quality of life stuff that I have added myself extra that aren't included. Like I've got a mini map because.
Oh yeah, you got to do that.
They still don't have a mini map in the game, but apart from that, yeah, it's still the story. I'm going through Chains of Mafia again. So.
Chains of Mafia was good. I mean, I think that was one of the best expansions for it.
It was.
It was really damn good.
Yeah, my chat last night was because I was doing 5-3, I think it is, or something like that, where you got to go to the boneyard. Someone in my chat was like, "Lols, are you going to go look for Zotl?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going to look for Zotl at all. I'm not going to bother." I remember. I'm only 80.
Yeah, but he's still a joke now.
He killed me.
Yeah, you need to get good.
But anyway, I was like, no, I don't want to go find him. And then, like, not long after I said, no, I'm not going to go find him, we went around the corner and he was there.
He found you.
So, yeah.
It reminds me.
They goaded me into attacking it. So I did.
Was you playing during the Abyssia highlight? The High Times of Abyssia?
No, I got banned around the same time as when the mini expansions came out.
So when Abyssia came out, we were all jumping in there, and eventually people realized that you didn't need 50 million people to do the bosses. You could low man them. And look at Bulletskill calling me an ultra pony. One of these days, chat. One of these days, I'm gonna start the stream with a pony hat, and then you're gonna really see who the ultra pony is. But anyway.
Oh God, that'd be.
Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you, Chille? But we were looking for the bosses because they dropped seals, specific seals, and they were 100% dropped. And they're not difficult to kill, you just need to proc them.
Yeah.
And so we're all on voice chat. But one of my friends, he was on voice chat, but he couldn't speak because his mic was broken. So he could hear us, but he could only type.
Yeah.
So we did like a check-in to see if anyone's found their bosses, and we were like, "Hey, player A, have you found them? No. Player B, you found it? No. Player C, have you found it? No." Then we got to him, and we said, "Hey, have you found the boss yet?" And he wasn't saying anything. I said, "Okay." Not even typing it. I mean, obviously can't say anything, but he's not typing anything. And then we saw his HP going down, and we were like, "Yep, he found him." He died.
By the way, I was looking into Monk's. Someone was like, "Oh, you get a second 2-hour ability." I'm like, "That's cool." And then I looked at Monk's, and I'm like, "Now I'm sad."
What is Monk's 2-hour ability?
Well, Monk's original 2-hour ability was 100 fists.
But what's the second one?
Increase your max HP.
Oh yes, I remember now.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I stopped around the same time as the mini expansions came out because that's when they banned me.
Yeah, Ghosty, this has been like a crazy week. So, I mean, I know no one's really interested in what I do for my current job, but just to give like an overview of what's happening this week, I got thrust onto a project I know nothing about. After 2 days, I was asked to onboard the whole QA team. I've never used this software in my life, and we have to deliver tomorrow. But after 2 days, I was expected to onboard the whole team in QA. That was fun. Chaos wearing the pony mask and year 5 gifted subs. Ha! Sanchez, that poor Series S is working overtime, taking all the blame. Has anyone actually read that article about... I'll ask you as well, Chille. Have you read that article about the Microsoft layoffs?
No, I haven't. But
everyone losing their damn...
Isn't it like a load of CEOs?
It's like, it's the like the marketing team, the finance team, HR team, the upper management that basically aren't needed anymore because of the merger.
Yeah.
It's really got nothing to do with the developers. This is literally the last remnants of ABK that are being pushed out because of the merger. It was always going to happen. It still sucks. No one wants to see jobs lost, but, it was always going to happen. Yeah, Ghosty. Unfortunately, what happened was Microsoft looked and saw Sony was taking a battering with the £700 price tag, and they were like, DEFCON 1, we cannot have this. Quick, meeting. What are we going to do? Fire some people. That will get them off Sony's back. And now there's more people caring about...
I want to say something, but I feel like it might be a bit too much.
What? Go on.
Microsoft's like, let's fire one person for every £1 of the PS5 Pro that's selling for.
You're missing it by 50 people, though.
What can I say? They didn't add the VAT.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. You know what? Bags, that was the first question I asked. What marketing team? There is no marketing team, but it was.
Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft doesn't have a marketing team. Activision do. But they got rid of the one that they did have with Activision.
Yeah, they were too busy actually advertising stuff, so they had to get rid of them.
They're like, what? These guys are making us look bad? Get rid of them. But jokes aside, it is what it is.
Yeah. And it sucks.
Of course, Woodpit, but come on. Microsoft can't help themselves. They just can't. It's like it's like a bug for them. It's like a drug. The moment they see Sony taking any form of pounding, that's it. They have to do it.
Yeah. Plus, Microsoft just like to be in the spotlight no matter what. Good or bad, they just want to be in the spotlight.
I like this thing I started with the series, blaming the Series S.
I can't wait till we can blame the basic PS5.
No, even the fact that PlayStation is selling it, the Pro is selling at $700 is, I'm blaming the Series S for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what's happening right now?
You can only get free Series S for one.
People are rushing out and buying the disk drives and selling out. I've also noticed some websites going out of stock almost instantly, which leads me to believe that scalpers are now moving in because it's an opportunity. So it might be worth picking.
Shocked.
It might be worth picking one up, waiting till they're all out of stock, and then put it on eBay for like 4 times the price. There'll be some sucker out there that's gonna buy it. It's crazy. It is easy money. Even I'm tempted to do it at this point.
I wonder if chat knows that slappers means something completely different in England.
Actually, that's true. Bullets. What does it mean in the US? And Re El Mayor, the game is completely uncensored. It's just the music that was removed due to licensing issues. They tried to get it back, but they couldn't. They couldn't do it.
Well, I'm UK, so I can tell you. Okay, good.
Oh, so you're actually. Oh, you're right. He is UK. So he's actually calling us proper snappers. Oh shit! That moment when Chaos realizes what's actually being said to him. $160. That's too cheap. They retail here in the UK for $100. I thought they'd be going for at least $200. I don't like Baldur's Gate 3. It's not my type of game, Brandon.
I mean, I saw PS5 Pro selling for 1,000 already. So.
Yeah, my brother's picking one up. To sell. He said he's going to pick 2 up and sell one of them, and then if he doesn't want it, he'll sell the other one as well. Sully, it is not a joke. It is not a joke. That is actually real, and there are, even games like Hogwarts Legacy cannot run at 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro.
Yeah. Due to the RTX and the fact that the PS5 Pro doesn't really have a new The CPU is just overclocked.
It's not even that.
Yeah.
It's the same CPU.
I thought it was slightly faster. Slightly.
I don't know. It's basically identical to the Series X's.
Yeah.
I think it's like the Series X is a 3.80. I think the PS5 Pro is 3.85. I don't think that makes that much of a difference.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's just the PS5 CPU but overclocked.
Yeah. But it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, because the PS5 CPU is 3.5, so it's 300 megahertz.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the PS5, they couldn't maintain it running at turbo mode because the PS5 overheats.
Yeah. Not just that, but it also has a downclock setting for backwards compatibility. It actually forces lock at a lower CPU rate when playing PS4 games to make sure.
Oh yeah, I know that, but I'm saying like the PS5 games, it actually it basically bursts the speed for a few minutes and then it has to underclock.
Yeah,
which is crazy. But with all that liquid metal cooling, it wasn't enough. Oh, gaming, we're gonna have to have a look at that. Definitely check that out. Hey, PS5 Blows. How's it going? Hey, look, there are going to be a lot of people making money off that PS5 Pro. My brother going to be one of them. But who knows? If he gets lumbered with one, I might steal it off him. For free. Yeah, you can't pre-order it until the 26th.
Yeah, you can't pre-order it, but people have still already been posting. They've been removed now, but people are posting on eBay that guaranteed 100% pre-order PS5 Pro. Yeah, people are already trying to like say that they're already going to be able to pre-order it and
the
sell
ones
it like they've already got guaranteed.
Are scalpers. They're using bots.
Yeah,
they will go through. Have you've heard of a guy called Geoff Keighley?
I want to say no, just to troll you, but I feel like saying that would be bad. So of course I have.
So you've heard of Geoff Keighley?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people have recently accused him of being a PlayStation shill.
Yeah.
And obviously he denies this vehemently. But it does, everyone knows that, hey, Donald, how's it going? Everyone kind of says that he is a PlayStation shill. I'm not quite convinced that he is a PlayStation shill.
No, I don't really think he is.
You think so?
I don't think he is either.
No?
No.
Osiris T.
I would put no, I'm not getting one because I don't even have a 4K screen. So. But Bullet, he jumps on. Name another person that didn't jump on the Xbox layoff really fast. Like.
Oh, no. I wasn't talking about a layoff. Just look at my screen.
Yeah.
How many tweets can you put out on the same fucking day?
I mean, I'm just going to tell you now, one of the reasons why is look at the blue check mark.
Mate, he lives PlayStation. Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's a true pony, man. That's a lot on the same day. That's one day.
I mean, I probably tweet that much in one day, so I can't say much.
About the same topic.
Sometimes, yeah. But
That's
then I
not Final
realize
Fantasy
I'm talking
14.
about the topic too much, and I'll shut up because I feel like I'm saying it too much.
This is too
Like
much.
I found it funny. Everyone complaining about the stand, and I'm like, really? That's what people are complaining about is the stand?
Hey, look.
Come on,
No,
that's
no, no, no,
stupid.
no, 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 no. Let's be realistic, right? You're charging people 700 quid and you can't include the stand here. Come on, throw it
I'm
in
just
there,
saying,
man. Just sweeten the deal. Sweeten
they
that
could,
pot.
but like, this isn't like, yeah, the price. Yeah, I understand for the price you should get it, but like, people seem to make it sound like that this is the first time that the console's had a stand ever.
No, no, no. You're not.
Like,
You're not getting the point. They're not arguing about the stand. They're saying
they are.
you're
Everyone's like,
paying.
oh, it's 700 plus the 30 for the stand.
Well, yeah.
You don't need the stand. The stand is just optional.
Oh, but you don't know that. We haven't seen the Pro in action. For all you know, it could be like a seesaw without the stand. But the point is, you're paying 700
You needed the stand for the
quid.
PS2 if you wanted it stood up.
700 quid, you can't throw in the stand to sweeten the pot.
I mean, you mean the vertical stand, because the horizontal stand's free.
No, I'm talking about the vertical stand. They could have thrown that in, you're telling me. That thing probably cost them 5p to make.
Yeah, but I also had to go out and buy when I bought my PS3, I had to go buy a stand for that. I had to go out and buy a PS4 stand. I had to go buy a PS2 stand.
They would give you a controller.
The PS5's the only one that you didn't have to buy a stand for.
Do you know what? Sony be like, hey, we're giving you a DualSense, be grateful. We could have taken that away too.
Look, as someone said, I would have think the 700 would have been a lot more reasonable if they had added the Edge.
With the Edge at 700, I think it would have been a really good deal. But come on, you could have thrown in the stand.
Yeah.
It's 5p.
Like, if it included the DualSense Edge, which itself is about 200, then I would have been more into the price. But I also agree 700 is too much. But then this isn't for everyone. Everyone seems to think that this is for everyone, but this isn't. This is for people that have. They're even showcasing 8K. How many people have 8K TVs?
Look,
how many people in chat here has an 8K
last
TV?
night while sleeping. It was good.
Okay, Darkwind has one.
I have one when I sleep.
You have an 8K TV?
When I sleep. By the way, chat, can you hear Chille?
TV for their Series X.
Can you hear him loud and clear? Or is he quiet?
I'm sorry if you can.
Rumor is the stand sold separately, so if you buy it, you can't sue them due to the 5 leaking liquid metal process to call it. I don't think that's the case. I think
no,
it's just a case of they just wanted to double dip, triple dip, and make more money.
Yeah, they just want more money. Remember, most consoles are sold basically a break, like they like. Man, so by selling the stand extra, you make sure that you make profit with the sale.
I like this. That's like a furniture selling you a table with no legs, or a couch with no legs.
You know what? I'll be honest. I'd buy the couch with no legs. No, not gonna lie.
I need my legs.
I would buy that.
No, but I've got a couch here with no legs. No one uses it because it's so low.
That's the thing. I'm really short, so I would buy that because.
I have a couch that you might like. That's $699.99.
Yeah, I'm only 5'5", remember? So I would probably take the couch with no legs. Yeah. I don't know. Apple's getting a little bit better with that, Donald. I think. I say that, but I don't know. I've never bought anything Apple in my life. I'm a Sony fanboy. Everything I own is Sony. So
Jesus, have you seen the share price for Ubisoft?
no.
They're
Is
about
it 10p? Can I go buy some?
dude. You're not far off. I'm genuinely serious. It's €11. That's like £10 or £9 a share.
Wow.
Like this was at like £50 a share.
Yeah.
It's gone down to like £9 a share. They are about to
wow.
get into serious trouble. And all because of Star Wars.
Okay, so I wouldn't say it's because of Star Wars. I'm looking at Google right now. That's insane, right? In 2021, it was at €85 per stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just gone down, just in a nice little. Then it spiked up a little bit, and then it's like steady, and then whoop, and then it slowed down a bit, and then whoop. Man, it's down 83% in 5 years. It's down 2.62% today. I guess time to buy Uber. Maybe I'm gonna buy some Ubisoft stock.
I mean, it's crazy.
I don't buy stock normally, but I'm tempted just because I expect it to spike a little bit. I don't know, actually, maybe it won't with Assassin's Creed.
I think that's going to tank it more. But hey, on the back of this, Geoff Keighley tweeted this for Xbox fans, so you know he's not biased. He is still thinking of Xbox.
Yeah.
At least it was fair though. He did add this bit here.
Yeah, at least he's been, to be fair, at least unlike a lot of the other ponies, he's been truthful.
For
most
once.
of the other people that most of those other people that tweet that out just have the first 2 lines.
For
and not
once.
The rest.
Most of the time, my
Yeah.
dude is shitting on Xbox like there's no tomorrow. Or just doesn't acknowledge them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ubisoft are going to get bought out. But by who, I don't know. Who do you think will buy Ubisoft?
Do it, Sony. Well, it's not going to be Microsoft.
They can't.
It won't be Sony. Yeah, I could say Tencent is the most likely out of all of them. But
EA want to sell.
I mean, yeah.
EA wants to sell as well.
I imagine it's going to be a horrible world where the future is Sony owns EA, Microsoft owns Activision. I know they can't, but I'm just saying, like, it'd be a horrible world where, like, nearly all the big publishers are owned by the companies that, So, we'll see. Oh, yeah, what about the Activision streaming licenses? But Ryan said, because they got the license, right? Ubisoft have the license for streaming.
The Ubisoft, the part of Ubisoft that owns the Activision streaming license is kind of separate to the whole of the Ubisoft entity. So even if Ubisoft sold to another publisher, that aspect of Ubisoft wouldn't be sold. They stay independent. They're not part of the Ubisoft conglomerate. They're kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Divested. into their own little
But
independent studio.
PS5 Plus, that's a separate budget, so so being get Bungie and the Paramount deal went through, like the money that the gaming division has is completely separate from the movie division. So yeah, remember that. Just because the movie division bought something doesn't mean the gaming division has the same things.
Bags, the bottom line is, it's not that Ubisoft isn't making money, it's that people aren't buying their games because they're not putting characters out there with their tits out and their arse out.
Well, that, and also a lot of the games people just don't want.
I mean, the last
Not
three
just because
games
of that, but like
it's mainly because of that. But the last 3 games they've released have actually been really good. Mirage was rated,
but the issue is
the
issue is they've been tainted by the older games.
Even Star Wars, people have a problem with the main character, saying that she's.
I mean, who really wants to play a Star Wars game where you're not a Jedi? Or
have you played
like
the new Star Wars?
Yeah, I've been playing it a little bit. Thank you to Ubisoft
really
for the code. Yeah,
and it's a completely different kind of take on playing a Star Wars game, and it actually really works. I think the clan system, the whole reputation system, is a bit overly done and a little bit cumbersome to the whole thing. But otherwise, I think it's a really good game. I'm really enjoying it, and the story is really, really good. But, Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, well, all 3 of them were highly... Well, I know Star Wars wasn't highly rated, but the other 2 were quite highly rated, and all 3 of them are very good games. But it just seems like people have it out now for Ubisoft to make them disappear, and I don't get it. Donald, I totally get that. I do, because playing those ridiculously 100, 500-hour games actually puts me off the game entirely. I just don't have that sort of time anymore. So, it's a real deterrent for me when I see a game that big. Which is why when I played Astro Bot, I knew it was going to be like an 8 to 10 hour game, and I felt okay with it. Hellblade 2 was like a 7-hour game for me. It was fine. I don't mind games like 10, 15 hours, but once they start getting to like 50 hours or 100 hours, I think that's when it starts to get a little much. They overstay their welcome, in my opinion. I'm working on it, Bags. I'm working on it. This week I have been absolutely run off my feet with work. The last 2 weeks, basically my day goes: I wake up at 7, drop my kids off to school because we live in the middle of nowhere and there's no public transport. I come home. I start work at around 8:20. I'm doing a lot of overtime at the moment, which is unpaid, which sucks, but I don't really have a choice at the moment. I don't finish work until like 6:30, sometimes up until 7, and then I'm jumping on here. And while I'm working, I'm preparing my Tuesday and Thursday streams. So at the moment, I've had very little time outside of the videos that I'm making at 2 o'clock in the morning, going to sleep at 3, 4 o'clock, waking up at 7 o'clock, and redoing the whole day again. So it's been a little bit. After this week, things will have calmed down, so I'll have a lot more spare time, hopefully, with this deliverable being out of the way, and then I should be able to get onto that Astrobot review. But them's are the problems when you're not a full-time content creator. Hey, it's a fuzzer. What job do I do? I work in QA for a digital marketing company. We do marketing and building websites and all sorts of things for all sorts of companies around the world, including Microsoft. Yes, we did do some marketing for Hellblade 2. I saw a few of the banners, but God knows where the rest of the work I worked on went. But yeah, I work personally in QA. I'm being dumped with a lot of work because we just had a merge, and we lost, at least the company I'm working for, over the last year and a half, lost 95% of their staff. So we're all like doubling up our work now, tripling up roles and stuff to keep the wheels turning. So it's just been really busy. I got out of the games industry many years ago, I guess, because the pay just sucked. I really enjoyed my time there, even though it was really long hours, but they paid at least. But the pay sucked, and at the time I had my first child, and I couldn't afford to live on the salary that they were paying me, so I had to eventually, after 3-4 years, jump ship. I haven't played Space Marine yet. I'm gonna pick that up soon and give that a try. Astrobot for me right now is probably definitely a contender.
For me, it's still Rebirth.
I never got to actually play that, even though I bought it day one.
Hades 2 isn't out yet officially, right? Bag?
No, it's not.
So,
It's early access.
yeah.
All right. So someone sent me this, and don't judge me, okay?
I'm judging you already.
No. Don't judge me, okay? Someone sent me this, and I couldn't stop laughing. But has anyone heard of a game called Predator Hunting Grounds?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
They're apparently
Is it
getting
still around?
Yeah, and they're getting a new DLC.
Okay. Is it Predator? I hope Predator's being added. Did you hear the story by last night?
I'm sorry.
No, that's not even the best part about all of this. Did you see the story last night about him? Right?
No.
He was, he said, "I'm gonna try out and stream Valve's new Deadlock game.
Oh,
I can't wait to stream Deadlock." And then every time he joined the match, everyone would quit.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I did see that, and he got really upset, and he quit as well.
Yeah.
I had the clip somewhere, but I don't know if I've got it.
I haven't seen the clip, so I just remember seeing the tweets. And that's enough for me. I don't need to see anything about this man-child. Like, yeah.
It's a weird situation he's in, right? Whether he's actually guilty of it or not. But I agree with Astacross in what Astacross said. The bottom line, if you want to prove your innocence, you've got to release the DMs.
Yeah. I'm not... He's done enough weird stuff in the past that, like... I kind of...
right?
I mean, this is the guy that was caught videotaping people in the toilet.
Yeah. But they do that because they make more money.
Yeah.
They do that because they make more money. The fact that you even remember it now is the fact that they still everyone was talking about him for that.
Yeah.
That's why they do it. Game Pass has got a new game.
But no, we'll see what Dragon Ball is like next month. That might be my game of the year.
There's still a number of games to come. But Riders Republic from Ubisoft. I guess they needed that Xbox money right now, so that's available today. It's not my fault, Devin. You need to stay off that, man. It starts on the 17th.
Wait, why are you getting a McDonald's?
There's a collaboration with Genshin on the 17th in the US. And it gives like in-game items. You know how Final Fantasy did it?
Yeah.
Similar to that, but they give like gliders and stuff that you can use in-game. And my kids wanted it, so I said, fuck it, I'll get one for myself. And so I reached out in my Discord to anyone in the US that would be willing to help. And Devin volunteered.
Yeah.
And after looking at McDonald's for like, a couple of minutes, he's got McDonald's on the brain now.
Look, Devin, if I would be doing it if they did this, if they still had this. There's a crossover with Hello Kitty. And I want it. It's adorable. I don't know if you've seen the crossover, right? McDonald's crossover with Hello Kitty. They've done Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello Kitty toys. So... Look, if McDonald's want me back, they can bring me back by bringing back the McRib. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Bring back the McRib.
So someone in chat
No, it's actual figures, Susano. It's actual figures.
Figures?
Yeah, didn't you hear what I said?
Partly. I was moaning at someone on X.
They're doing a McDonald's. I don't know when it was doing a crossover with Hello Kitty and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yes,
so you can get a cinnamon rolls, blue eyes, white dragon.
Interesting. They're doing that now in the UK.
I don't know if it's out in the UK. Well, I just remember someone posting the Happy Meal figures. And I think I really think they're adorable. Here, let me send you a picture of them. Like, I hate to say that they're really well done. Look.
Are you sending it to me on...
I'm sending it on Discord.
Discord?
I'm surprised at how much effort they actually put into that.
Okay, we'll go back to my thing in a minute, but this is it, chat.
I'm just surprised at how much effort has actually gone into that. Like, when someone said that about it before, I was expecting worse.
I want the blues. I white.
They've already been in the UK. Oh, we've already had them supposedly.
Really? I don't go to McDonald's.
Yeah, I don't either. So, as I said, bring back the McRib and I might.
So apparently, just to say, we have finally been able to release. This is the game designer of Lollipop Chainsaw. Wait, he worked. Oh, God Wars. Never mind. Oh, it was God of War. We have finally been able to release Lollipop Chainsaw Repop uncensored.
Yay!
I am proud that we have been able to revive Lollipop Chainsaw, a cult game that had been lying dormant due to copyright issues, as a modern action game. The core content of Repop is an original mode that faithfully recreates the original version's scenario, script, gore, expressions, cutscenes, direction, character design, motion, comic style, character introduction, images, costumes, achievements, etc. On the other hand, for those game users who are not so keen on gore, we have also prepared the Repop mode, which expresses damage effects in pop art style. So we hope you will give Lollipop Chainsaw Repop a try. So you can basically play the original one, which has fully uncensored, or for those that feel like they need to be shielded and stuff, you've got the Repop edition. I think that's actually a really good idea.
I don't even think it's for the shielding, to be honest. I feel like I don't mind gore, but if it's done in a way that looks cool, I would probably try the Repop, because who cares? It's blood. It's everyone can see that anywhere in any game. If it's done, cool. I feel like I think I would prefer the repop mode over the original, depending on how the actual it's done.
Yeah,
if it looks cool.
It's digital only for the time being. I know limited time games were doing limited run games was doing a physical box, but I don't think they're available anymore. You might want to check there. But for now it's digital only.
Yeah. It's out now actually. How much is it?
I got it for £34 on Xbox. It's actually really well priced.
I do have £30 of store credit on the PlayStation Store. So
and it cost you $4. You've got PlayStation Plus, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, because if you don't, you pay more.
Oh, okay. But no, I also have PlayStation Stars, which I have like 8,000 points. So, and I have to use those eventually. Oh no, there's no plus bonus anymore. It seems it's £39 now.
Ah, you must have missed the deadline. Still, £10 isn't bad. Yeah, I think I just made the deadline the other day to get it for £34.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, maybe we'll see.
The only thing that I've heard that's been changed is a couple of the tracks, and Yoshimi Yasuda has been very transparent with all the changes for quite some time. So,
if you really care that much about the tracks, I hate to be that guy, but there's always YouTube or Spotify that you can play the music on while you're playing the game instead.
But yeah, so for those that are interested, pick it up. It's available on all. I got mine on the Xbox Series S. Mainly because my kid wants to play it as well. Hogwarts is £17 on Xbox. Well, after they saw it running 30 FPS on the PS5 Pro, I guess at that point they realized that no one wanted to buy it. All right, so I've come across.
You got that new one, haven't you? That new one that came out that's free to play as well.
What, Quidditch?
That
no one's talking about or forgotten about.
Yeah.
Or no one knows it exists.
I keep getting emails about it. I'm like, I keep forgetting it's a thing. Like they're like, it's out. I'm like, what's out?
I know a friend of mine that someone I know online that buys the Evercade stuff. He says they're good quality, but they're just retro stuff, right?
I think so, yeah.
Super, super retro stuff.
I don't think it's super, right? I don't know how retro it is. I'm gonna Google it.
What, Evercade?
There's some Evercard arcade. Looks like there's some like arcade units and stuff.
No,
it's
a handheld.
There's a handheld as well, but there's arcade cabinets as well. So you can buy some arcade cabinets.
I guess
like little mini ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, man, they're expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not out yet. They're £200.
So that's the home console.
The cabinets.
For £89 or £90. So you can buy this instead of the PS Pro. You got this one, which is a handheld, £100. Still, the cost of the add-on drive here in the UK. You've got these Alpha, Mega Man, and Street Fighter 2.
Yeah. But I'm actually impressed because it says down below you can actually swap the plates around, and there's the cartridge slot at the bottom, so that if you want to play other games, it actually supports other games. It's not just those games. Those games are built in.
Though, for the size, £200. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm actually tempted.
I'm actually more. I'm not joking about it, but I'm kind of wanting it now. Like, it comes with Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter Alpha. Damn it! I'm reading them. It's swapped.
God damn it! What have you done,
Fire.
Donald?
I don't care about the Mega Man one.
Oh, so the actual games change depending on which one you got. So this one has Mega Man, Final Fight, Mega Man 2, Knights of the Round. Whereas this one's just pure. Alpha, Alpha 3, Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
But there is also a cartridge slot at the bottom, so you could just play the other games. I'm guessing as well. That you can buy separately.
This is just pre-built, built in.
Yeah. What other games do you sell? Let's have a look.
They sell a lot.
Legacy of Kain. Oh, you got me there. Tomb Raider.
But they sell a console as well for those that are interested.
Yeah. And you could buy 3 of these arcade machines for 1 PS5 Pro.
More games.
You could buy a Street Fighter 1. You could buy a Street Fighter 1, and you could buy a Mega Man 1, and then you could buy another Street Fighter 1 and have £100 spare and have
the Commodore 64 collection. I remember my Commodore 64. Oh my god, California Games. I remember this. This was dope. Oh, by the way,
I don't remember any Commodore games.
Before your time?
Yeah. Mega Drive was my first console.
Oh shit, he did it. He done it. So Star Citizen introduced this walker.
£10,000. Sorry.
And he has it.
Oh wow.
It's from Aliens.
Yeah. Are they allowed to sell that? How much? Wait, it's Star Citizen. I'm not even. Am I close with the? How much is that? I'm guessing.
What this?
I'm guessing £1,000.
What this? Yeah. Probably maybe about 50 quid.
50, it's Star Citizen. Do you really think it's going to be 50 quid?
You can buy planes for 30 quid.
Okay.
I mean, you can buy battleships for like $3,000, but you can also buy, small planes for £30.
Oh yeah, you've just got to wind them up and they fly. That's fine.
Don't be silly, Donald. They're still milking it.
I mean, that single player drop with all those famous people it's gonna be any minute now, right?
Actually, yeah. CitizenCon this year should, in theory, give us the release date. Because last year they were feature complete, finally. Now, and they said that they're going to spend the next year polishing the single player campaign. But basically, and they've been showing demos and stuff like that to, VIP members and whatnot.
Yeah,
and it's actually in a pretty decent place.
I can't wait till a lot of the voice actors forget the fact that they've actually been in it when it comes out.
You mean if they'll still be alive by then? How's it going, Steve? The plan is to release it on all formats. That's the last I heard, Bags.
Because
I don't know. The last time I played Star Citizen was about a year ago, maybe a little longer. I remember we went on a mission.
Watched me only play it.
We went on a mission with my friend. That's the one that you see on screen right now, in that mech thing. went to take out a bunch of people that took over a facility. Took 2 of them out, and I got shot, so I went to heal myself with the healing pen. And when I stabbed myself with the healing pen, instead of it healing me, it poisoned me and killed me. It was like 10 out of 10 game. F you, man. I got killed by a medivac. Oh, I've got it, Sanchez. I've got it. I've got it. Oh, it's
By the
not.
way, talking about content creators, you know I love Dragon Ball, right?
I do.
Man, this guy really screwed up today. There was a new trailer today
Mm-hmm.
for new characters to be released. And obviously, Namco had some people go react to the trailer early, but at an event. He posted his reaction 2 hours before the stream went live.
Oh, is it?
So, yeah, he took it. He had to take it down right away, but like,
It was
yeah,
seen.
people noticed that he reacted right away. So,
That's
oopsie.
rough.
Yeah.
Leaf
I
Storm?
don't think it was up for less than a minute, but like, still,
It's enough.
yeah.
I just know what the VIP members know. Well, what they say to us. Because they get, those are the ones that have spent like 30, 40 grand on supporting the game. So they get to see stuff way before we do. And obviously the content creators as well. So just going by what they're saying. So apparently there's this big kind of brain dead, brain rot thing going around with PlayStation fans comparing
Okay.
the Asus ROG to a PS5 Pro. Now, since you're a bona fide pony, Chille,
Yeah.
do you actually see any comparison between the two? And are
Not
you
really. No,
shocked that this is
No, I'm not shocked.
$800 compared to $700 on the other side?
I mean, you're paying for the brand. It's Asus. That alone puts up the price. It's like it's the Sony of that, and isn't that aren't they also Alienware?
No,
Or is that a different company?
that's a different company.
Okay.
But
For some reason, I thought Alienware was owned by another company.
This is the most powerful handheld
Yeah.
console at the moment. This is the one to beat.
Yeah. And it'll probably like die in like a minute.
No, it's got a really big battery in there. It's got a huge.
I'm sorry, but a lot of times you add more power. That's the main issue with those. But yeah, no, it's pretty good.
Like the previous model to this,
Yeah.
had like I think it was it 50 watt or 500 watt? It might be 50 watt. I can't remember. But whatever it is, this one has 80 or 800, something like that. What power supply? In terms of raw power, it hasn't changed from the previous model. All that's changed is it's gone from the graphics card now has an additional 8 gigabytes of VRAM,
which is what
whereas
you need
the
more
other
than
one
anything.
didn't have. So it's got 16 gigabytes of internal RAM, and now the GPU has 8 gigabytes of its own VRAM, which is cool. But it helps a lot when it comes to running games.
I'm going to tell you now that this will be better than the Switch 2.
Oh yeah, by far. But that's not the point I was making here.
I just want to add that.
This stupid idiot over here is trying to say that no one complained when a handheld with a built-in screen that can run Windows, that can run and play Steam games natively on the go is $800 or £800 here in the UK, which, believe me, people still complain because it should have been about 600 quid. He's still trying to compare this. He's still trying to compare this to the PS5 Pro.
Yeah. It's, no. Bag, supposedly the Switch 2 is aiming for 500.
That's at the moment.
Supposedly. Yeah.
But that's because of the yen. That's why they're delaying it, because they don't want to.
I don't think that's the. I really. Okay, that might be one of the reasons, but I personally do not think that's why. I think I agree with you. For the leak was $499.99 which is under 500. I personally feel like one of the reasons why they delayed it was they were hoping to outsell the PS2.
Well, to be fair, the Switch will sell anyway continuously. It would sell before.
But I still feel like that's one of the reasons though, because they don't want to take away any.
No, I get that.
Chance of
but the yen, I think they want to price the.
Yeah, I think it's the yen.
They want to get the Switch down to $399.99, but the yen isn't allowing it because of the prices of the materials. Because it's skyrocketed for them to build the damn machine. I won't buy one for 500
bags right now with how the yen is. It's expensive for them to make stuff, and that's why stuff is going up in price.
But the Switch, in my opinion, would have released this year. But the yen just... I mean, in my opinion, if they release it at £500, I don't think it's going to do well.
I'm thinking
they're just going to change the pound to a price, the dollar to a pound.
They will, but they should.
They shouldn't.
They will. Yeah.
Why should they?
No.
Do you remember when the PS4 and the Xbox One got announced? It was $400, and then they knocked it down to £350 for us. How it should be.
Yeah, which is right.
Not $700 and £700. That's crazy. But yeah, they want to get the Switch down to $399.99, which I think is a fair price if it's released with an OLED screen as well. So I think that's a fair price for a handheld console.
What you come with an LED?
And then they release the OLED like a year later, right?
Yeah, they're real. It's Nintendo. They always want different models. Like you will. Yeah, it is definitely going to do that. I'm sorry. It's Nintendo. Come on, you know them.
Sony own the whole global market at the moment. That's why they're able to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I genuinely strongly believe this. But when you've got people like King Fresh posting this as a gotcha, my dude is a bona fide idiot. And, you know, he keeps coming up, oh, but it's a console. No, it's a fucking gaming PC, you moron. It's a PC. You plug it into your TV, you use Windows, you can install Word on it. It's a PC. I don't care what Asus call it. It's still a PC.
I will buy a Game Gear, though, if they did that.
A Game Gear?
Bring back the Game Gear.
Well, I mean, you could use this as a Game Gear, right? Just load the emulator on and run it. You'll get a better experience. But it doesn't stop there But it doesn't stop there with the idiotic nature of the PlayStation fans, right? I mean, you thought this was bad. Right, chat? You thought this was bad when it came to PlayStation fans. Where they're trying to compare this, a handheld console, to... I mean, I get he's an idiot, right? So, with an idiot coming up with this sort of information, you know, it's going to... you know, you put two and two together and it kind of makes sense. But this doesn't make sense to me. Why are you comparing a special edition console to the price of this PS5 Pro?
I mean, I didn't even have to read the text. I saw who wrote it, and I understood that. No.
And so many people do this, and I said to him, "You're still comparing a special edition Series X. It's in the fucking name. It's a special edition console. You've got the regular one available at £450 or £400, whatever it is now. But he's choosing to compare the special edition version." And I said, you ain't stupid, but you sure say stupid things at times. And then he tried to think, I don't care if it's special edition. Like, oh, so you are literally admitting that you're just fanboying and trying to find any justification to, show that the $700 is fine.
There's not much to say. It's stupid. I'm sorry if it is. And also, I love Ghastly. I'm mad how Nib misspelled his name.
No, but like, am I wrong here for saying this? Why
No,
would
you're
you
not wrong.
compare a special edition console price to a regular console?
No, you shouldn't.
Did you see that Pope guy saying his friend told him that the PS5 Pro outdoes the 4090 and has seen nothing like it? No. Like, this is like so dumb. And he tries to double down on it as well, right? He tries to double down on it. I don't get why he's trying to double down on it. There's literally no reason to double down on this level of stupidity. I mean, it's quite special. I'm almost the same as you, Sanchez. I've got the X, my PC, and I'm using a Steam Deck. I do want to get a ROG Ally though. GameStop has apparently stopped that trading deal that they were doing because everyone went and they were starting to lose money.
Yeah, because people are trading a lot of PS5s, right?
Yeah. So they stopped it early. Fun fact, Nib
Yeah.
is named after Nibbler from Futurama for spewing that much shit on a constant basis. But
I'm sorry, but no, Nibbler was awesome. I take that.
But you know what? This actually makes sense why he says all this. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he's a shareholder with Sony.
Ah, that makes sense.
Now you know why he shills for PlayStation so much.
Pikachu shot-faced.
Because if you go and buy a PS5 Pro for $700, he gets more dividends and more money.
He makes a cent.
But yeah, that actually then made more sense once he actually admitted that he was a shareholder. But, we'll sell at profit from day one. Nintendo always sells at a profit. But it was also like what? $279.99 or was it £329? Not $700. I can go buy some Sony shares. Oh no, JB's about to become a shill too. It's gonna be going, buy a PS. It's like, man, this PS5 Pro sucks. Cashes in 2 shares. Buy a PS5 Pro. That's honestly, JB, that's my biggest concern. I don't think it's going to be 700. I think it's going to be more. As computer parts and technology continue to get more expensive, and people are spending less and less. I mean, we're going to come to Astro Bot in a minute, but as people are spending less and less on games, on software, Sony's going to start feeling this pivot really, really strongly. But I can see the next gen pricing being $800 to $1,000. You see, Bags? He's joining before me. I will resist. Did nobody listen to Cerny in the presentation?
Welcome to the stables.
When he stated only a 45% boost. Not only He stated up to a 45% boost. And you know those when they say up to 45%, they got that 45% boost running on the weakest game ever known to mankind. That's on the PS5, right? The one that's, you know, they probably got it off Foam Stars and got that running 45% more. Because that's how it generally works. Even when you're doing like cars 0 to 60, they pretty much piss into the fuel tank so it doesn't add any weight to the car. And then they try and get the fastest 0 to 60, and then when you get the car, you're like, wait, why can't I imitate what they're doing? Because they pissed like 3 drops of fuel into the car. I mean, Ventura, that's pretty much the moment you say up to, you know that they're getting. I mean, just look at the sales, right? If you look at the Steam sales, they say up to 90% off, and you're looking at all the games that you're actually interested in, and they're like 10%. And then you look at the game that's like, 35 years old, 90% off, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, at least they didn't lie. But what's more is when they said, when they Chille, did you see the presentation? You must have.
I mean, I watched it with you. Remember?
Oh yes, you did. Did you notice when they said when they were showing The Last of Us comparisons between high fidelity and the PS5 Pro, when they said it targets 60 FPS?
Yeah, doesn't mean it's going to stay on it.
That means it's not stable. Yeah. Even at a game like The Last of Us, it is not stable. And if we're looking at what Tom Warren here is saying, since he's unblocked me, I reported earlier this year that the PS5 Pro enhanced games doesn't guarantee 60 FPS. I don't know when he reported that. Maybe he did when I was blocked. Yeah. Sony wasn't super clear on this yesterday, but there will be 30 FPS PS5 Pro enhanced games. And Hogwarts Legacy...
Like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
As well.
It is going to be one.
Yeah. Yeah.
But come on. You're paying $700 and you're still walking around with 30 FPS?
Don't worry, G-Cast is going to see now. It's fine. He just blocks me out occasionally because I talk too much neighing. I understand, it's fine.
Wait, who said I'm going senile? Don't worry, Chille. Actually, he's not wrong. With the week I've had, the last 2 weeks, it's been challenging. Well, that's what I said in my video, right? Why wouldn't they show games like Black Myth, Dragon's Dogma, Final Fantasy VII? And look, you've played Rebirth, right, Chille?
Yeah, and it's a fun game.
No.
It's definitely got its problems.
That's not what I'm saying. This is the PS5 Pro's graphical fidelity on running at higher frame rate.
Yeah, 60 frames supposedly.
Yeah, that looks way better than what the PS5 is doing.
Yes.
You can actually see the characters now, rather than it just being a muddy blur everywhere. I mean, just look at the details on the rocks.
I'll admit, I played it in 30 FPS mode, so...
You are weird. I just didn't play it at all.
What? I'm sorry, but when it comes to certain games, I want the graphics more than I want anything else.
I will not do 30 FPS unless that is literally the only option.
But that was what I was going to joke about earlier. We were talking about like them doing the percentages. Like, I still want one company to come out and say we're releasing a 16K game on the PS5 Pro, and it's just Snake.
Maybe that's what they got their 45% from.
Yeah, like we'll just have 8K, 120 FPS Pac-Man in the original Atari graphics. Still 8K.
It
Not
is.
lying.
I mean, GT7 is supposed to run at 8K.
Yeah.
Gran Turismo 7.
60 frames, right? 8K, which is if it's true, is pretty good.
Yeah. But racing games are always easier to run at a higher frame rate anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
and a higher.
Well, yeah, because it's linear.
Well, not only that, there's just not many polygons there.
Yeah. But until they decide in the future for some reason to put all the polygons into the crowd.
But why? I mean, that was awful. They had before.
Fully rendered crowds.
But why wouldn't they show this on the presentation? A short clip of this. And they're showing me nothing but PS4 games that can't hit 60 FPS. You're showcasing a £700 machine, or 800 if you want it with a drive, or £825 if you want it with the stand as well, because they wouldn't throw that in. So I'm going to put that onto the end of that bill too. And you're showcasing it with a bunch of old PS4 games that no one gives a shit about? Like, realistically, like, are you going to go back and play Spider-Man, or are you going to go back and play The Last of Us 2 for the umpteenth time? Like, who's going to do that?
Spider-Man, maybe.
No.
I'm not going to lie.
Not even Spider-Man.
But I've only ever played it once. But
that's all I have time for these days.
No.
It's like my daughter this morning goes to me, Dad, how come you don't play much games anymore? And I said, why? Does that bother you? She goes, no, but your backlog is getting bigger. And I'm like, shut up. But, like, why is anyone going to go back and play old games that they've already played on the PS5 Pro? Like,
I mean, I've been replaying Fantasy X recently. I play some old games again. I go back.
Dude, you're talking about games that you haven't played since the PS2 days.
That is true.
We're not talking about a game that you played last week. You're talking about a game that you played over a decade ago that you probably don't even remember anything, so it's all fresh. Also, did you see Ten's Blitzball done in Unreal Engine 5?
No, I haven't.
You really should. Cool. It looks so freaking good. Someone recreated the whole of Blitzball in UE5.
Oh, wow. Square, sell that as a game.
I know, right? But it's like, no one's going to do that. Like, why are you showing games that no one wants to see? Why aren't you showing, like, the game... Like, people would want to see stuff like Wukong, which was struggling to hold 30 FPS. Dragon's Dogma, which was struggling to hold 30 FPS. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which, was holding 60 FPS, but in a blur on, fidelity, it was 30 FPS. Or Final Fantasy 16, in performance mode, it could barely hold 40 FPS. So why not show these games where they are severely tanking the performance? And instead you're showing me PS4 games and then saying that it's targeting the actual bloody thing. I mean, just listen to this.
Right. The other examples, like they showed Hogwarts footage where they were talking about it. It was still running at 30 frames per second, which I thought was interesting given what they were just saying about that earlier.
Yes.
It's not great, is it?
Right.
Hogwarts Legacy showing 30 FPS? We've got to hear that again.
The other examples, like they showed Hogwarts footage where they were talking about it. It was still running at 30 frames per second.
I mean, I think that says, why? Ooh. I mean, I get they're showing the ray tracing, and that still doesn't look great, mind you. It's not as clear as I've seen on PC. But that could be due to the compression and stuff. So I'll give it a bit of leniency. But come on. Why are you showing me this?
By the way, this is a rumor right now. Pinch of salt rumor. Breaking news about 30 minutes ago. Rumor. Again, rumor. Jeff Grubb supposedly says that the state of play will be September 24th.
Wasn't it supposed to be on the 19th?
Well, now Grubb says it's the 24th. So
That is on a Tuesday. So if it's in the evening, I guess we can stream it, and that'll be that, really.
So it's either the 19th or the 24th. So, but yeah, or maybe it doesn't exist. We won't know until those dates come around. Yeah.
That's not... Yeah, I'm just having a quick look. Do you know what?
It was in the...
Let me just put this here. After playing Astrobot, I really did get the urge to go and play Ape Escape.
Oh wow, I remember that game.
Ape Escape was
That
so
was used
cool.
to sell DualShock controllers, right?
Yeah.
Because you needed to buy the new controller to play Ape Escape because it used the analog sticks.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere for Jeff Grubb saying anything. He might be live.
It was on a YouTube video streamed 4 hours ago.
Right. Not seeing anything. But you know, there's this conversation as well about the PS5 Pro. Let's have a quick listen.
They very specifically, other than when highlighting things.
By the way, how do you guys actually say PSSR? I kind of like the
PSSR?
name Pisser. They really didn't think of that one through, did
Of course
they?
you do. Of course you do.
Hey, Chille, how's that Pisser doing for you? See, everyone's saying Pisser.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't wait for Baby Steps Gaming. I can't wait for. I hope it has. I hope Baby Steps has pro support. It's now running at 120 FPS. Oh my god! Is this why they announced Goat Simulator Remastered was for the pro version?
USSR, Jesus Christ, Rick. Fuck's sake. Oh. Real. Basically, PSSR is the equivalent of DLSS, XCSS, FSR. Now, the problem is, FSR is probably still going to be the weakest one out of all of them. But PSSR is really new. So I don't expect it to be on the level of, DLSS, which has been perfecting machine learning and AI tooling for decades now. But, people are saying it's better than DLSS. I don't think it is. And the PS5 Pro is not doing native 4K 60. It is upscaling to 4K 60. So you're probably going to get maybe 1200 or 1300. If you're lucky, you'll get 1400 p in terms of resolution. You're not going to get 4K with the PS5 Pro running Wukong, which is what these idiots think is going to happen. It's not. The AI upscaler is there in its name for a reason. It's called an upscaler. So if that thing needs to reduce your resolution down to 900p just to maintain a acceptable frame rate, you can bet your bottom dollar that it's going to do that. And I don't think you can turn it off.
Probably not. I know. I suppose it's frame generating as well, right?
Apparently, Pisser doesn't have it.
Really?
Apparently not, according to
Okay.
Silver Afro. So if it doesn't even have frame generation, it's just upscaling, So it's lowering the resolution until it can get a decent frame rate. Sure, it's fine, but I mean, I'm guessing it has. It has to have some form of frame generation, right? It kind of defeat the whole purpose. The way they were talking about it did sound like there was.
It probably has some. It does sound the way it did sound like it. Otherwise, why would have a separate hardware for it?
Yeah, but I just don't expect it to be as polished or good as the Genesis out the door. But you've got a bunch of.
That's fair. I hate to say that, but that's fair.
It is fair.
Like,
I'm not criticizing for it.
I'm gonna say, I'm like as I said, there's a long time to mature and actually become.
Yeah,
good.
I'm not.
When it first came out, it was bad.
Yeah, I reckon by PS6, when they charge you $1,000 for that console, then it will actually be in a better place. I think what they're doing with the Pro now is actually learning and gaining experience and information and data.
As I'd like to say, it's the beta console. It's the beta version of the 6.
Yeah. But, people are saying... I mean, you've got D-Batch saying that the PS5 Pro is equivalent to a 4070 NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it more like a 3070 Ti Super, right?
No, what's the 6800 equivalent? Let me have a Google. AMD 6800 equivalent.
That's a 3080.
2080 Ti or a 3070?
That's what I said.
You said 3080.
I said 3070 Ti Super.
Not Ti, just regular 3070. So the 6800.
You're talking about the AMD RX 6800.
Yeah, I just googled it. It said the performance of the AMD Radeon RX 6800 is comparable to a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2080 Ti, which is still a beast of a card, by the way.
See, that's interesting. I googled the exact same thing,
and
I got a different
3070.
And then I put AMD 6800 NVIDIA equivalent, right, in Google.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and for me it says, no lie, it's considered comparable to the 3080.
Is the 6800 better than 3080? 3080 has a lead with some ray tracing settings in some games, but some of those settings also need more memory than its VRAM and leads to lower minimum frame rates compared to the 6800 XT. So the XT might be picking up XT for you rather than the regular.
Maybe I'm picking up the XT.
Yeah,
that's what I said. It's kind of interesting, the fact that I put the exact same thing and Google gave me more. It's like I'm more of a fanboy, so it's like, quick, let's give him the better results.
Of course. Isn't a 4060 a trash card?
I mean, probably.
The 4060 is equivalent to the 7600 XT. So it's no, I'm not sure.
I thought some people when I was Googling they were actually yeah.
But my dudes are out here claiming that it's a 4090 equivalent. I'm like, my dudes, you're smoking some weird
crack.
If
you wanted it to be a grand and the size, then twice the size.
A grand? Maybe try 2. Yeah. You're smoking some shit that I want too.
Yeah. So we'll see.
PC uses DirectX. PlayStation doesn't use DirectX, so it's a completely different.
Xbox and PC use DirectX. PlayStation use a Unix-based system, right?
Yeah, so that AI that would be for, factoring in DirectX wouldn't be working on things. So what Nixus is doing is separate. there's probably going to be some overlap there, but not at the level that you're thinking.
By the way, when you were talking about direct storage recently, supposedly some of the only direct storage games that exist are Sony based.
Yeah.
Horizon uses direct storage, and there's another one that uses two PlayStation games use
and
DirectX.
Diablo
direct
4
storage.
uses it as well.
Yeah, and then Forza uses it. There's 2 Microsoft games and 2 Sony games that use their own features.
And look, I was told that this dude was gonna get me a 7090 if I lived long enough. I'm gonna hold him to it.
Okay.
Hey, at least I get.
Remember, if you hit 10K, I still have to buy an Xbox
mate,
at the end of the year.
You're okay. You can spend that money and get yourself a Pro.
Look, if I'm gonna use that money to go on holiday next year. I'm going to go to Germany for Gamescom.
Yeah.
And I need to learn the language. I just got to make sure that they don't have nuts in the food, so I don't get killed as soon as I get into Germany. By the way, for anyone that has food allergies, always check the food you're eating, because even the most stupid things can be more dangerous than you think it is. Just a warning. I've been recently eating these potato slices, right? Chaos. They're just the potato slices you cook. You bake them. I'm like, every time I've eaten them, I'm like, why do I have so much trouble swallowing and talking after eating these? Like, I don't swell up completely, but like, why am I always in a bit of pain after eating these? I didn't think about it. I just thought, maybe I'm just being weird and eating them too fast or something. Or maybe I'm eating them before they cool down. Found out they got yellow pea flour in the batter.
But it hurt you. But you said you found it difficult to swallow.
Yeah. Yeah, I found it difficult to swallow.
I knew it. Spoken like a true pony.
So yeah, I found out they had legumes, because I'm allergic to legumes. So, Yeah, yellow pea flour. Not as in pea, but yeah, yellow pea flour.
I knew someone was going to go there. Let's see what they had to say.
Added to third-party games, so they did highlight Hogwarts, right? And they showed what it is doing differently, but they didn't show a comparison versus what it previously was. And I think they're doing that because they kind of don't want to say like, oh, your multi-platform title doesn't look good enough on PS5, or they just want to leave it to their own library of titles, these examples. If I was doing a video on a PC version of a game and I wanted to show DLSS looking better than FSR2 for something, I would always really show it off, like you can really easily show it off. So I think them being limited to these PS titles as actually, that's not going to be the transformative thing necessarily. I think it could be third-party titles, right? So
that was my big thing, Alex. Is like it felt like what they really needed to show here was some of these Unreal Engine 5 titles. We've been seeing all these UE5 titles coming out with this absurdly low input resolutions, like really like sub 720p in cases, using
Did you hear that? Wukong sub 720p, sub 720p. Wukong on the PS5, it can't even do half HD. No wonder they're trying to milk their community with a Pro.
FSR2, and the result is bad. It's really bad. And this would have been a chance to like really showcase, like, look how much better this looks. But Sony doesn't actually have anything like that in their first party stable.
No.
Oh shit! That's not only they don't have it, but they don't have it in their stables. That was shots fired. Not only they don't have it, but they don't even have it in their stables. You're gonna allow that, Chille?
I wasn't even paying attention. I'm sorry. What did they say again?
better this looks. But Sony doesn't actually have anything like that in their first party stable.
No.
Unfortunately.
You don't. Not only do you don't have it, but not even your first party stable either.
Nay. Look, we just need. I'm just sad that we have no. Supposedly there's no first party games being announced at the State of Play this month as well.
Because they
Sony,
don't
get
have
your
to.
ass.
They literally
Announce
don't
something.
have to. And I know this might sound horrible, but they don't have to. Because they don't have anyone
Microsoft's
pushing them.
announcing all their games.
Exactly. Microsoft is
And
pretty
they're
much
going to look
saying,
better on our console.
Demolisher 44, welcome
I will
to the
bitch
Chaos
slap you.
family.
But they will.
oh no!
SanchezMtz
You can bitch slap me all you want, but it's factual.
God damn it. He just had to do it, didn't he?
Chris Coleman, welcome to the Chaos family.
I know, he just had to give those 5 gifted subs.
Yes. I do. So we're going to do this shit right now, live.
JB1521, welcome to the Chaos family.
Pirate's life for me.
Why would you do this to me, Devin? It was Devin, wasn't it?
How long do you have to do it for?
It was Silver Afro that did it. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. I appreciate it.
How long do you have to wear it?
But
how long do you have to wear it for?
A deal. A deal's a deal.
You can't hear me.
And now I'm going to go partially blind just for you. And we get our silly eye patch so you can all mock me and take the royal piss. I'm now a raving pirate.
Finally, the character for Skull and Bones that we all wanted.
You're just mean. Arr, me laddies.
Like I said, the eye patch wasn't even on.
It's on.
Okay, it is now. But how long do you have to wear that for?
Oh, I generally wear it for 20-30 minutes.
Okay, that's...
Generally about 30 minutes. Hey look, the parrot's coming. Looks like a PC gamer now.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Congratulations, you can game on PC.
I do. I game a lot on PC.
Hell, that's going to be me when the new Dragon Ball TV show comes out. I'm still... They've announced that Daima's got an official release on Crunchyroll on everywhere but Europe.
Oh, I sailed the 7 seas in more ways than you know.
Pirate Bay Pony. Hey!
Let's finish what they were saying.
I mean, it's good, but also for this case, it's not useful because their image quality is fine. It's the third-party stuff that's really, really, really struggling right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see head-to-heads from Sony because...
We'll produce them.
Well, we'll produce them, sure. But the point is that I think they actually sidestepped it quite nicely by saying, yeah, what you're getting at 30 FPS on the base PS5, we can do at 60 on the Pro. That's the kind of like, you can still have that stuff if you want on the base unit, but it's going to be quote unquote choppy. So yeah, but you're quite right. The third party titles, anything that's using FSR2, if it gets a PSSR refit, so to speak, it should be pretty good.
So not only are they insulting their fans as well that actually have a PS5 by saying you're playing an inferior, choppy, crappy version of the game, but they're not even doing their job properly. What did Steve say? You should have to down a liter of rum too every time. Do you know what? If I wasn't on strong medication, I would. I would.
I mean, you could get a bottle of rum, empty it, and fill it with water, right?
That's true. They would never know the difference.
Or whatever liquid you wanted in it. Like,
Oh yeah, I
it
saw
doesn't
that.
actually have to have
Ventura.
rum.
Get ready for The Last of Us Remaster Pro Edition for full price. Hell yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, right? Do people think that they're going to actually not charge for these pro updates?
No, I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be free.
You think it's going to be free? Sony doing free updates? Nah.
I mean, they've done free updates in the past. And I don't think they're going to be much of a difference.
There's going to be a big difference. You're going to have an extra shadow on that tree. What you on about? No? I'd know the difference.
All I'm saying is I'm going to laugh if they release a PS5 Pro version of games that's £5 more.
It will be coming to Xbox. Lollipop Chainsaw, as we saw here, is coming to Xbox. This is the game director anime. Wait, you can't see it, but now you can. It's coming to Xbox. I've already bought it. I'm hoping to stream some of it tomorrow, actually. For those
I mean,
interested.
if you say that, but we still can't... Oh, no, now we can see it on stream.
Of course you can. They charged in the
Yay.
past. I'd never seen a free update. I think
The
they...
Pro stuff was free, right?
Back in the PS4 days, the PS5, they charged you.
They only charge you for the PS5 version of the games. So
Not much of a
it really
difference.
depends on how much the update is.
It beats a 4090 Super Special Titanium Edition. I guess you're working for Capcom
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, but does it have an SSD fast enough?
Oh,
It might have the
burn.
4090, but does it have a super sexy style solid state drive?
Do you think the PS5 Pro could have saved Concord?
No, I don't think anything could save Concord. The
Okay.
only thing that could save Concord was it being free to play. And even then,
To unlock your PS5 Pro features, please upgrade your PSN accounts to VIP++. Oof.
Yeah.
Are you here, Tarnished? Oh, wait. You're looking at this one. Scroll down to this. Juliet looking good. Little dead, but good. I mean, that would be hilarious if Sony started charging a subscription to use the fucking pro features.
yeah, PSSR is part of the PlayStation Plus Premium.
But you know, you still got Nibs here, fighting the good fight, trying to compare, and completely just trying to undermine and dismiss the down clock. But that neither are a match and now he's just focusing on the RDNA 4 that no one knows how it's going to run. Whether it's going to actually be a good thing or a bad thing or run well or not run well, no one actually knows. But apparently that sets it apart and pushes it miles ahead. Just listen to what he says.
Which PC GPU do you believe will most closely match the new PS5 Pro GPU. Now, this is really tricky, right? Because obviously there was a great deal of commonality between the PlayStation 5 GPU and the RX 6700 10 gig.
Xbox doesn't
same
charge
level
for
of
cloud
compute
saves.
units, broadly similar processing power, different memory bandwidth. But when we tested it in like-for-like scenarios, very, very close. There are two AMD GPUs that we've kind of had in mind for this, and they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT. That should deliver your 45% GPU improvement over base PS5, or and it also has 60 compute units, I believe. And the alternative to that from the RDNA 3 lineup would be the RX 7800 XT, but you would need to downclock that significantly.
Sorry.
To about like 2.15
By the way, I like
gigahertz,
how he has
I
the
think,
PS5 disk drive in the
to
background.
get a similar level of compute. The problem with
Like, who would buy? Like, how can you compare? How can you compare a 7800 XT significantly underclocked down to 2.1 gigahertz? Like, at that point, can you even compare it with a 7800 XT?
Not really. So I'm distracted by the fact that he's just got
That
a
one there?
disk drive in the background for no reason. Like, he's like, look at me, I have one. I bought one.
I mean, he's had it there for ages. They test hardware, don't they? Or they showed how to
But still, like,
clip it on. I think Sandra. I think they're going to be kind of doing two separate chipsets. They're going to have their RDNA chipsets, and they're going to have the UDNA ones as well. Bags. So, what? Let me see what the clock speed of a 78X100. So you've got the 7800 XT. I'm not sure if this is correct. But let's just use this hypothetically. So this would be the clock speed of the GPU. So this is how fast it actually runs. So the PS5 Pro would be equivalent to this being made slower, which means it's worse. And they said significantly slower, down to 2.1 gigahertz. So you're losing about, almost 500 gigahertz here. Megahertz, sorry, in clock speed for the actual processor. So think of something going 2,500 kilometers an hour. You would purposefully have to downclock that down to 2,000 kilometers an hour in terms of speed in order for it to be somewhat equivalent to the unaltered version of it. You just can't compare the two, right? Then you can't compare them. So in that regard, you can't really compare the two. Tarnished, you're right. It does have Infinity Cache, which the PS5 version will not have. So it's nowhere near as, you can't compare it to a 7800 XT. What you can compare it to, however, is the 6800, which is a decentish graphics card. I think it's like $300 now. It's not like overly amazingly expensive. But the 7900 XT Demolisher is a damn good card. And it makes a hell of a difference, yeah. Hey, Sandra. Hello? It can tarnish, 100%. I mean, I saw Mike Ybarra come out and talk about it, saying that, you know, making games for consoles is easier. I agree with that because you're only factoring for one specification as opposed to thing, but I think he also misses some nuances, which is weird for someone in his position. We don't know, Chris. We don't know. That is something we don't know because now the Series S won't be shackled by the PlayStation 5. I mean, they weren't utilizing the hardware because they had to make it comparable to the PS5.
Of the Series S?
No, X.
You said S.
Oh. Well, I'm always blaming the Series S, so. But yeah, the Series X has been shackled. I mean, Digital Foundry actually did a comparison between the graphics cards between the PS5 and the Series X. And where the graphics card on the PS5 was being capped out at max in terms of raw heat, where it just couldn't put any more heat out, otherwise it would underclock. The Series X one was only hitting about 60-65%. It wasn't being utilized at all. And it's been the same for a lot of games, but Sony has that parity clause in there that prevents developers from utilizing the Xbox hardware because that is the target platform. That's actually a fact. It's not me making that bullshit up. Microsoft did exactly the same thing during the 360 days. So
I guess Microsoft's done it before.
Yeah. And I wish they stopped doing this shit because it's stupid. Because you're paying, us as consumers are paying for hardware, and we're not, and just because of petty stupidity between platforms, customers are getting a raw deal. But hopefully now that won't be the case anymore. And looking at Space Marine 2, where it's just running significantly better on the Series X. Hopefully now we'll actually see the Series X's full potential. Hopefully. Real question is, Chille, how long before we actually see Velocity architecture utilized?
Between now and next console generation.
Mate, there's going to be no Velocity architecture next. It's not going to be done next gen. Console development is not easier. Why wouldn't it be easier to develop for one SKU as opposed to multiple SKUs?
Oh.
You did not tarnish. Yeah, the Xbox Series console cooling is way, way better. It might be a big boy, but it's a big boy for a reason. I'm hoping now that the Pro's coming out, the Series X can finally start to utilize some more of that power, because it's definitely not being utilized to its maximum potential. The S, on the other hand, the less I say about that, the better. JB, they're not allowed. They're not allowed.
Talking about all of this is that neither of those GPUs will presumably have the RDNA 4 based RT features that we think are in the PlayStation 5 Pro. So that
Are in the PlayStation 5 Pro.
probably wouldn't be a good match. Similarly, there's not going to be any machine learning silicon in there. It's just extensions. It's just running ML extensions on the CUs, right? On RDNA 3. Is that correct, Alex? I think that's the case.
Yeah, that's it. That's at least for the consumer product. Yeah.
So yes, there's nothing to run Pisser on, or even an equivalent. I am intrigued as to what the footprint of XESS DP4A is, but it's not the same thing. So yeah.
Hey, Robbie.
We were thinking about the RTX 3070 Ti, I think, Alex.
Yeah.
Broadly equivalent compute, does have DLSS, does have better ray tracing, but even then it's mostly guesswork on those features.
It's like, yeah, that's guesswork. And also, if we're doing comparisons and trying to get that to get proper on PC, the PS5 Pro is going to have more available graphics memory, which is going to, like, there's no great analog at the moment until maybe RDNA 4 comes out, and then we'll start seeing more analogs, I think. I mean, the CU will be different in RDNA 4, but we'll at least have something hopefully more similar. And hopefully by RDNA 4, we're going to start seeing machine learning acceleration in desktop GPUs.
Mm-hmm.
Rabbi, yeah, I'm very busy at work at the moment. Super busy. But yeah, as you can see, like, no one really knows what's happening with all this RDNA 4 stuff. They've just, been given some information from Sony, but, our good buddy over here, if I can find him again, I don't think I can find him anymore. Our good buddy over here, it's all about that RDNA 4 ray tracing features that no one really knows how good or bad it's actually going to run. That's going to be the biggest thing of them all. I don't know. It sounds stupid to me. Just let the PlayStation 5 Pro do the talking. Let it come out. Let it have a showcase. All this pandering is crazy. Very close to a 4070. Chille, you need to tell your boys to calm down.
Yeah, let me. I will tell the masses.
I mean, do you agree with Nib here?
I don't agree with most of his stuff. Says
Rabbi, I'm feeling okay. A little jaded from a lot of work, but I'm feeling okay. Yourself? I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sold himself with excitement. Oh yeah. Geoff Keighley was on a roll, right? Geoff Keighley was on a roll, and my dude was like, let's go! Hyperdrive tweet! And this is just a selection of what he has, by the way. This is just a selection. This ain't everything. This is just a selection. I have not. But I have seen this post by IGN. What do you think, Chille?
I mean, yes, I agree. I agree with that and the yen and the price of components. But I think it was an easy decision when they realized they could do it. So, oh, hi, secondary. See, I agree. I do feel like if they could, they would lower it a little bit, but I don't think they would much. But they don't have to. So yeah, that's my view on it.
What did Destin say?
Hey, Cerny is cool, Steve. You better not attack Cerny.
He's always attacking Sony. More bad news.
Cerny is awesome.
Xbox, Microsoft can make. What's the bad news about Xbox? The layoffs?
I mean, apart from the layoffs, which...
But that was to be expected. That was still part of the thing. I mean, I know people are jumping on that like crazy.
The thing is that, Robbie, we talked about that earlier. We talked about the fact that most of the people that laid off were people that already have jobs at Microsoft. Like, not them, but like, they're only laying off parts of Activision that already have jobs. Like, there's already... you don't need 2 marketing divisions. They do the same thing.
Damn, Illuminati. $950. That's almost what we're paying just for the console on its own in equivalent pricing. Yeah, but those employees aren't developers. They're just the redundant jobs, Remy. They were always going to be asked to leave.
Well, they weren't always going to be, but once the merger started, they were always going to be.
Yeah. But I'm surprised more developers haven't been let go.
Yeah.
I mean, Activision, Bobby Kotick in the final year employed 7,000 extra developers. That's a lot of developers to employ in the final year of a merger.
It was like Bungie. Like, everyone attacked Bungie for their fires, but Bungie ballooned to 1,300 for some reason. I don't know why Bungie was so big.
Rabbi, there's nothing to get upset about that. That was always going to happen. But I don't know. Do you feel like... I mean, there's someone in chat saying that they don't agree with this at all. We're going to come to Astrobot in just a sec, Sanchez. That is definitely on the cost. Hey, who's that? No! I asked Rem for a drink on Discord, but he didn't get it for me. Can you get me one, please? Or bring me an energy drink or something. Or maybe both. Thanks. Rabbi, there's nothing to be angry about in that situation. If you want to be angry about something, you be angry about this, right? You get angry about this, because I was actually upset about this. So, Chille, when Sony announced the PS5 Pro, they came out with probably the worst possible presentation to announce for a game, for their console. I think we can all agree that the presentation sucked. It wasn't great.
I wouldn't say it was the worst. There could be a lot worse.
I mean, for PlayStation, it was bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was good, but I'm just saying the fact I wouldn't use the word worse.
I mean, I'm talking about the worst that they've actually done themselves.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think I've seen anything quite as bad as that from Sony ever, really. But
I mean, apart from you need to get a second job.
I haven't seen that. I think he deleted it.
Who deleted it?
I think Aaron Greenberg deleted it. Hold on. Did he actually delete it? Oh no, did he? No, he didn't. Here we go. Right. Here we go. If you want to get upset about something for Xbox, this is what you get upset about.
Okay.
This was the Microsoft Xbox community manager coming out to say, "Hey, here is our response to the PS5 Pro."
Yeah. But don't buy a console. Buy a Fire TV stick and buy a Sony product.
Thank you. Almost like they're fucking allergic to say, "Sell the goddamn console."
You still got $89 left. I know you got $89 with Prime. So you should factor in Prime. I've got to admit that. You should factor in the price of Prime. So that'd be 100.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind them advertising the Fire Stick, but
Yeah.
give an option. Mention the damn console. It does exist.
Also, 1 million of Game Pass Ultimate makes no sense. What's that? Is that how many people have it?
What?
And that makes no sense to me. 1 mil of Game Pass Ultimate, 1 mil of what? Is that users?
1 month.
What does that mean? Oh, 1 month. Okay.
1 million.
When you say what? Look, that's what my brain goes to first. Right.
Right now, it's not silver. xCloud doesn't provide you with a Series X type experience. Now, GeForce Now, I'm sorry, Steve, but GeForce Now does. That gives you a very good 4080 PC experience. The xCloud does not.
I thought they upgraded to Series X.
So basically, if xCloud isn't busy, you will get a Series X performance, right? But if the game is really busy and popular, then the Series X kind of data server splits from a single blade into 4 blades and gives you 4 Series S type experiences. So it kind of downgrades itself and splits it into 4 outputs instead of 1. So and it actually delivers a slightly worse experience than the Series S as well. Ever so slightly. Oh yeah, GeForce Now is just working magical tricks, right? GeForce Now is great. And I reckon Microsoft is definitely going to integrate it into Game Pass Ultimate at some point. I know, Bags, I'm not saying it's shit. I didn't say shit. I'm just saying that it cannot compare to GeForce Now. If you've used GeForce Now
is really good.
If you've used GeForce Now, xCloud cannot compare to it. Hell, the only one that you could compare to it, which in my opinion was actually better than GeForce Now, was Stadia.
Let me guess, it was Stadia.
It was Stadia.
Okay.
Stadia was freaking amazing. I mean, not
Stadia.
bad.
No, I'm gonna say it's not as good now, but give Sony credit. They put a lot of money originally into cloud gaming.
Say Stadia is not as good now. Yeah, because they don't exist. They don't exist.
I mean, facts. So.
Hey, chat. It's not doing good anymore because it's been buried.
It's offline for maintenance, okay?
Rabbi, those jobs went because they're duplicate jobs. It's a merger. They're not needed. They've got other people doing those jobs. Mandatory GeForce Now. Hey, one day I'm going to be sponsored by them. One day. Just not today. Do you know Panthorius actually DM'd them yesterday? Was it on Tuesday? And he sent me the DM, and they actually replied to him saying that they're not looking for partnerships at the moment. Oh.
At the moment, though.
I've used Lunar a couple of times because it comes free with my Amazon Prime subscription. It's really not bad. I was very tempted during the Amazon Prime to actually pick up the controller and actually get it, but I decided not to in the end because I just really didn't need it. But I kind of really like the design of the controller, so maybe the next time it comes back with a really deep sale, I think I might pick up the controller.
Oh man, Insommatic is talking about Resistance.
That was a good game.
They tweeted out who would win in a fight, the Leviathan or the Goliath, and I just responded, releasing them on the PS5 and we'd all win.
Shut up.
Yeah, please.
Release them on the Xbox.
Oh yeah, Resistance on Xbox. It makes sense.
Yeah, see?
Like, I still have my beta. I still have my early beta save of Resistance.
Rabbi, no matter how much you want
it,
Satya Nadella will never be gone from Microsoft. In fact, I'm pretty convinced that Satya Nadella will turn into an AI and stay there forever.
I love my. Did you ever get the early version of Resistance? I don't know if you tested it.
I didn't test it, no.
Okay. I had the save file on the cloud forever because the original beta version of Resistance was called Girl with a Stick. That was the code name.
Nice.
So the girl with a stick.
What's that, Susano? But I am hearing Space Marine 2 could be nominated for Game of the Year. I'm going to have to pick that up when I get paid at the end of September.
Nice.
But that apparently is really damn good.
Look, I'm just waiting for Dragon Ball. I've got my pre-order. I'm excited. That's going to be my Game of the Year.
What's that, Mark? Give it to me. I'm ready to take it. Well, Chille will take it. I'm just willing to take the question.
Good. My friend wasn't affected by the layoffs. That's good.
What, Microsoft?
Blizzard.
Oh, cool. Is Silent Hill 2 coming to Xbox?
No, right?
Not right.
PlayStation exclusive.
It's at the moment it's a PlayStation 2 exclusive, though I can see it being a timed
PlayStation
exclusive.
2. I mean, but what about the PS5 version? Is PS5 version going to be exclusive?
Timed. It's going to be a timed exclusive.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, but yeah.
Like timed for a year before it goes to other platforms.
Yeah, it's on Steam as well, as Gray says, and JB.
Yeah. I mean, Sony hasn't got a problem with the games going to PC. Yeah. They have a problem.
Sony doesn't see PC as competition.
No, they don't. But they do see... Well, I don't even think they see Xbox as a competition now because they can easily get games off Xbox by just turning around and saying, hey, guys, do you want to release your game on PlayStation? Of course we do. Just don't release it on Xbox. Okay. I genuinely think at this point it's that easy.
Yeah, I don't
for
think
them.
there's any money hiding involved now.
I don't even think... Yeah, at this point, as horrible as it sounds, I think Sony's dominance in the industry has grown so much. And this is in part because of the FTC. The FTC has allowed this. And the FTC has made this happen. Obviously there's merit to what Sony is doing. And them money-hatting games is what they specialize in. But the FTC has played a pivotal role in Microsoft's change in structure. and the FTC should be condemned for it because
By the way,
even now
I wasn't wrong. You
they can't
did
do
say
shit.
it was. You said that Silent Hill. Steve's pointed out as well. I'm making sure. You did say that the Silent Hill 2 was exclusive to the PS2.
It was at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like the new version, like
It's still exclusive to the PS2, though. So I wasn't technically wrong. I wasn't wrong. In your opinion, Chaos, can you see the PS6 or the next generation of consoles being equivalent of a 4090?
no.
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 If the 4090 is so power hungry, it is such a powerful graphics card. Probably not. I reckon the next ones will probably
I don't
be
think they
4080.
legally can, right? Anyway.
No, they can. They probably. I mean, I don't know if the
No,
APU
I think
can.
legally they can't, right?
Why?
Because don't consoles have to be under a specific power limit due to EU law?
They do, but the APUs give out less thing.
But I'm just saying, if it was if it was equivalent of 4090 and used the amount of power, I don't think legally they could, right? I think
No.
it would be over the EU law for
Yeah, it would.
consoles.
But that's why they're using APUs as opposed to GPUs.
Yeah.
So
So it wouldn't be I'm just saying the fact that I don't think it would be physically possible.
I think.
Yeah, Bags. Consoles have to have a specific power cap under EU regulation. They can't use over a certain amount of wattage, and like I can't remember how much it is, but
I think next generation will be closer to the 4080, and that is still a very good graphics card. But then we're talking 2 years out, so it could do, but by then 4090s are going to be kind of old. I mean, we're talking about, now that I'm thinking about it, it probably can, because we're talking 2 years later for Xbox and up to 4 years later for PlayStation. So, by that point, they probably, the dies and whatnot will probably be in a position where they can do it. Because I didn't see a question, Remy. What was your question?
yeah. Also, you also when in standby mode, a device has to use a certain amount of power as well. There's a cap on how much.
Oh, Rabbi, that was just a joke that I said regarding Satcher turning into AI and still being there, because he does such a good job. So yeah, Mark, I think it's definitely possible, considering how long it's going to be, but at that point, 4090s will kind of be old news and not at this level of what you want. We're talking 25 is seeing the 50 series, 26 is going to see the 6 series, the 40 series is going to be kind of old news, right? And when it comes to PlayStation, NVIDIA will probably be on the 8 series graphics cards. So 40 will be so kind of dead by then. It'll be counterintuitive to even bother putting something like that on there. So I take it back. They'll have probably better by then. Maybe not. Maybe
a 70 series, maybe 7000 series.
Yeah, like I was sold. If I'm alive by then, they'll gift me one.
Yeah.
Can Xbox build a
You'll
case
be alive
against
in 2
Sony
years.
for Xbox playing by the rules and Sony driving up the price and not porting to Xbox? Nope. It's fair competition. The consumer has the choice to go pay $700 for a console, or $350, $400 for the Series X. It is cheaper, so that is fair competition. They cannot
Sony can
do anything.
price anything they want.
You're allowed to price.
They could price it. Sony could price it at 10 grand a console. It doesn't matter. It's their pricing. It doesn't. That doesn't really mean anything.
But yeah, they can't do anything. The reason why the FTC went after Microsoft,
Alex, there will be out. It will the 50 series of this year, right?
next
Year.
I heard January from
PS6
Steve.
is launching in 2027. So you're probably looking at the 66,000 series. So maybe you'll get the 5,000 series. At best. Maybe a 4080 or a 5070 equivalent. It'll be between the two, right? Probably.
Yeah.
Like it'll be slightly more powerful than the 4080, but it'll be slightly weaker than the 5070.
Why is the FTC bitching about the Game Pass? Quite easy, actually. The answer to that is because they're trying to use as much mud against Microsoft and show the courts that Microsoft went back on their word, and that if they go back on their word with something like this, then they will go back on their word in making Activision Blizzard games exclusive and take them away from their beloved PlayStation. That's why they're moaning about it. And they're trying to use it as ammo.
Yeah.
Could Xbox make COD £80 to buy or day one Game Pass? Yes, they could. And there's no problem with that as well. Because if you have Xbox Live Core, Game Pass Core, or Game Pass Standard, you will also need to pay $80 for it. So it's fair competition. The FTC has handicapped Xbox entirely, yes. In my opinion, right, and this is just my opinion, and Chille, feel free to chime in and express yours as well. I think Microsoft, if they didn't actually go for ABK and decided to really aggressively push Xbox as a brand, as a console, and the games, without all, and obviously the FTC and stuff wouldn't have been around it, they would have been in a much stronger, much more competitive position than they're in right now.
I agree. I 100% agree. If Microsoft hadn't messed up by trying to buy Blizzard and Activision, and to be honest, we all know that they really wanted King. That was the whole deal.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Not even COD. It was King.
No, it was King. So yeah, no, I feel like Microsoft would have been so much better otherwise. Anyway, I'm going to bounce for tonight.
That's right, dude.
I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you everyone for chat. I always enjoy being on. I hope you'll do well. Stay safe, everyone. Remember to like and subscribe. If you haven't liked right now, please hit the like button. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take it easy, folks. And guys, hitting that like button doesn't cost you a damn thing. Only 37 likes with 100 people watching. Come on, we could do better than that. But yeah, the FTC situation has really handicapped Microsoft. Microsoft tried to look the weakest they possibly could in order to get this deal pushed through. And it's hurt them. It's hurt them bad. It's just the thing. And as long as this case is still ongoing, they can't do anything. They are handicapped. You know? That is just the reality of the thing. Mark, it could go on till sometime next year. I'm still following the case. I don't know if they've paused it indefinitely. The courts have basically said that they don't want, the Court of Appeal has said that they don't want to make a decision on this. It's too big of a decision, and they said they want Microsoft and the FTC to work it out between them. If honestly, if this, I reckon by the end of this year, if this case isn't resolved and it pushes, to the middle of next year, I think, unfortunately for Microsoft, the decision to stay a competitive, entity within the gaming sphere may no longer be within their hands and might actually be stripped away from them. It sucks, but the FTC has really, really screwed Microsoft over with this acquisition, like really badly. Once the case is resolved, and if Judge Jacqueline Corley's verdict is upheld, that's it. The FTC, I guess, if they want to then appeal the decision again, they might be able to, but ultimately, they will have lost the Court of Appeal. So even if they try to, the Court of Appeal no longer has to listen to the FTC. They can just dismiss the case outright. So at that point, Microsoft are free to do what they like until they try and buy someone else, and then the FTC is going to try to sue them again. Well, I mean, Microsoft gets bigger and bigger every year, right? And as they get bigger, so does their influence within local government. And, they have a lot of sway. So that's part of the reason why they're trying to dismantle Microsoft, because they are just too big. I agree, Anime, but at the same time, they've done a great job in creating. I mean, it's not technically a monopoly because Microsoft and Nintendo still exist, but they've kind of done a great job in kind of almost systematically just destroying Microsoft as a brand because they can't do anything. Oh, this I 100% agree with. No offense to anyone in chat that is saying. You go and say something to a PC fanboy about Steam, and that is it. They come out of the caves, the woodworks. I swear, some have even been abducted by aliens. They will still come beaming down to planet Earth just to find a device that can actually tweet and make that tweet and then surrender themselves back to the alien mothership. JB, they're not really protecting Sony. What they're doing is trying to stop Microsoft growing. They don't want Microsoft to get bigger. Activision Blizzard King was a big, big purchase. I mean, there is probably an element of them not wanting those games not on on PlayStation, but ultimately they're just trying to stop Microsoft from getting bigger. Pretty much, Fantas. pretty much that. But the way they've gone about it with Microsoft seems personal. They've been rejected by multiple different judges, and they're still coming back time after time after time. Hey, Zrogdol. You get 80-90% off Xbox sales. Triz, it is petty. But the mandate from for the FTC is coming from way high up, not just within the FTC. But just look at it. Microsoft's own community manager can't even, when Sony is taking all the hits, can't even advertise their own console. They're just not prepared to do it. I don't know what to really tell you. Like, how do you advertise something like this as opposed to your own platform? I don't even care at this point if they advertise the Series S, but just advertise the goddamn platform. But instead they advertise an Amazon Fire Stick. Wait, who said I'm full of shit? Oh, Anime didn't say I'm full of crap. Devin, I've heard that deal is off. Microsoft cannot sue the FTC, no. PlayStation is the market leader, not Xbox yet. They're still blocking games like Wukong from going to Xbox. Where's the FTC? Ah, you see? This is the point that triggers me. And this is a very good point, Sanchez, because Microsoft could go and money hat Monster Hunter Wilds as an Xbox PC console exclusive. Then they can go and money hat Wukong. Then they can go and money hat another game. And there is nothing the regulators can do about it. You know why? Because Sony has equal opportunity to go and tell these companies, I will give you more money to port your game onto my platform as an exclusive, or provide them with an incentive or something. It's an open situation. So it's fair competition. Microsoft can do what Sony is doing. They just choose not to. They just choose not to. And even if Microsoft went to, say, Square Enix now and said, right, I want you to make Final Fantasy 17 exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem. That's fair game. If Microsoft is paying for that, they're not buying Square Enix. They are just buying an exclusivity contract for that game. It's business. Sony can move in at any point before that deal is finalized to try and outbid Sony or provide an incentive to Square Enix to take over that. That's called fair competition. The problem with buying a publisher like ABK and making it completely exclusive, well, those games are already available on multiplat. Now you're taking it entirely away. That, Sony can't actually go to Activision Blizzard and say, hey, we'll give you more money if you put the game on our platform. They can't do anything. So that's why the ABK deal was slightly different. Stalker 2 is, I don't know if Arc 2 is of coming to PlayStation, but Stalker 2 is technically, and Indiana Jones, I guess, are the only two this year that are Xbox true exclusives away from PlayStation. And I guess Hellblade as well. Are we going back to the whole Wukong money hat thing? I thought that thing died and no one cares about it anymore. What's done is done. The CMA also didn't care about the cloud, Triz. The CMA didn't give two shits about the cloud either. What the CMA cared about, and if you read their report on the final page, it actually tells you why they did what they did and what they actually care about. Their whole aim was to show the world that they did not bend a knee and that they were the only one in the world to stand up to Microsoft and get what they wanted. It's pretty much written verbatim in that way in the documentation on the final page. That's what it was all about. Hey, BigMADMoe, how's it going? Long time no see, BigMADMoe. How have you been, my dude? And there you go. Cygnus is bang on the money. If Microsoft really cares, they can fix that situation real quick, real fast. Because they were not Plumleys. Now, if the CMA turned around and said Ubisoft controls, the cloud rights, but you could, like, why would they remove the games off xCloud? What benefit does that give? What benefit does that give the CMA? How is that how is that a benefit to the consumer? If you don't have an Xbox and you want to play through cloud, why wouldn't you go to GeForce Now or Boosteroid or something else that's a cheaper alternative to Game Pass Ultimate to play cloud? Not only are you going to get a better experience in terms of a better version of the game, but yeah, like I said, you're going to get a better experience as well while playing it. So it's already there, written in this, in plain for you there and then. Like, it makes no sense why it wouldn't be on xCloud, outside of the fact that they just wanted to be a dick about it. They wanted to show the world that they made Microsoft bend the knee and got what they wanted. They forced Microsoft to sign a deal that they didn't want. But I still feel triggered by what this dude has written. You see, that's the most daunting part, right? They spent 100 billion. 100 billion. And all they have to show for it right now is Hellblade 2 and Power World. That's it. A year that should have been Microsoft's through and through with all the games that they were announcing. At this point, I'd have taken the Avowed this year as well. The CMA is an independent organization. I mean, technically, they're not really independent. They could be free line whipped into being forced to do what they want, but they're essentially quotes on quotes independent. What is a dumb take? What did I say now that's a dumb take? Was Age of Mythology released on Xbox? Or was it PC only? Oh no, it was. Okay, so there's three games. Alright, it's PC only, so I won't count that. So you've got Age of Mythologies retold. You've got Hellblade 2, which I really enjoyed. And Power World. I know Leafstorm tried it, and I think maybe Bullets tried it as well, but that's about all I know. Xbox has multiple third-party deals this year, but they're not exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem. Sure, Game Pass has got a lot of games day one, like Persona 3, but those games were released day and date. There's nothing to incentivize you to pick up a console. Mark Max City Entertainment, that's not what we've been doing. The conversation literally just came here. Maybe if you was here at the start of the stream, you would have picked that up. But that's on you, buddy. Get here earlier. The conversation just turned here. Oh yeah, Stalker 2 is going to be good. That's. I think Stalker 2 is going to be a saving grace. Mate, I'll believe Arc 2 is coming out when I actually see it come out. In fact, didn't Arc 2 already come out and they took it offline? So even if it comes out, you'll have to wait and see if it lasts long enough to remain online. Lies of P was great. Honestly, that was one that I probably wouldn't have bought, but playing it through Game Pass was great. Now, I'm not saying Game Pass isn't amazing. They've got some great titles that they managed to secure day and date on the platform. And in my opinion, that makes up for, as an Xbox gamer personally, that makes up for a lot of the games that are, not available on the platform. But I still think that they should go and, money hat some games for the Xbox console. But it is what it is, and I just want this FTC situation to be gone, so Microsoft can finally get rid of the shackles that is binding them, so we can see what they really want to do. Does the new consoles being in the range prove that Xbox's strategy was right? Well, there's two ways of looking at that, right? Number one, would the PS5 Pro be 700 if Microsoft was in a much more commanding position? It's a good question. One we'll never know. We can speculate it all we want, but it's still a good question, and people will have differing views on it. I think if Microsoft was in a much stronger position, I think that $700 price tag would probably have been $600. But Gears is always coming in 2026, so there's that. Again, BigMADMoe, you're kind of semi-agreeing with what I'm saying. Microsoft's position right now is one where Sony just doesn't care. I mean, the PS5 Pro's launch, the reveal was so pathetic. It's almost like they didn't literally care. They just pushed it out for the sake of it. Right? But that's just their arrogance at the moment because they don't believe anyone can stop them. But what they don't realize is that no one's buying their games. Despite the fact that Astro sold out in Japan, ain't no one buying it. They sold 12,000 copies in Japan alone. 12,000 copies. And don't get me wrong, this game is damn good. But 12,000 copies? 12,000? Really? How much did Wukong sell on PlayStation? Somewhere like 3 to 5 million? At the time, anyway. Plumleys, when I say they don't care, I mean they're not trying. They don't need to fight for your money. Does that make sense? there's no one really opposing them, so they don't need to fight for your money. They know that the community will just buy it. Microsoft just needs to bounce back and say, right, who the hell are you? And start really making a push for it. Hey, Astrobot sold more than Concord. Let's not be silly now. Hey, Jago, BMW, I'm guessing, is not the car that I'm thinking, right? I mean, Dark, this proves it, right? This proves it. But it sold out in Japan 12k copies. Like, this flopped hard. And this is a good game. Black Myth Wukong did 9.6 million on PC alone. The rest of the world is the 5 million. I thought it did more than 10 million on PC. I thought it hit like 12 million. But you know, for all the cheering and the jeering and how this is better than Mario and all this, and it sells 12,000 copies in Japan, like, I think that says it all. I can't. I thought PlayStation gamers only buy physical. Michael Guzman, I know they do. I don't agree with it, but you know, at the end of the day, my opinion is just that, right? It's just my opinion. You can agree with it or you can not agree with it. It's entirely up to you. And I will respect your opinion, just like I hope you will respect mine. It's really that simple. It is just an opinion indeed at the end of the day. I can only go by what I'm seeing trending and what I'm seeing in terms of Microsoft's direction, and from, you know, speaking to people in the industry. Yeah, I got it. I got it real late, Bags. BMW. It's not the car. I can guarantee you, it is not the car. But you know, Astrobot just. I think in the UK, it did the first 2 weeks did a little better than Ratchet and Clank, but that's not saying much considering they struggled to break even. I don't know how much this game was budgeted for, so that's probably going to be a major factor in all this. But if you listen to what Boom says over here, apparently Astrobot was pulled from the PS5 Pro. It was supposed to be another Astro Playroom.
is I have it, folks. And look, I don't like speaking in the as a matter of fact kind of way unless I have it on 100,000% credibility from the people that I spoke to. And I'm talking about Astrobot. Astrobot was taken out of the box at the last minute and sold separately to make money for Sony. And I have that on 2 sources that I can confirm that it was supposed to be a pack-in. It was supposed to be the pack-in for the PS5 Pro to justify that price. And they took it out and they gave you Astro's Playroom, which is 4 years old and came with the PS5.
I mean, do you think there's any credibility to what he's saying? I can see it. I can totally see it. It would be something that Sony would be doing. Astrobot budget was 20 million. So for them to break even, they probably need to sell 500,000 copies at the price that they were selling it at. Doesn't seem too far-fetched for them to reach. But I'm just surprised more PlayStation fans aren't picking it up. It's crazy. But it just, I really wanted Astrobot to do well. I really wanted it to do well and for it to, shine and sell well, because it would show other publishers or other studios that there's a demand for these type of games. So we could maybe see the Banjo and Kazooies and stuff like that, actually coming. But all this has actually done is the complete opposite. If there's no demand for something like this, it's going to take note that a game that scores 94 on Metacritic isn't being purchased by people. At 1 million sold, there's 300% returns. So yeah, I mean 500,000 will be fine, right? John Gray, maybe. But usually the first 2 weeks are extremely telling of the performance of a game in general. That's what analysts usually refer to when they're looking at the data, or when it's going in and out. I know, right, Steve? But for God's sake, why they wouldn't buy this game is beyond me. And only 12,000 in Japan. Man, that's gotta hurt. No matter how you put this or how you try to sugarcoat it, it's gotta hurt. But Astrobot, in terms of sales, I mean, I'm hoping digital will knock it out of the park. But Astrobot, in terms of physical sales, just flopped hard. J. Cola, I can see that. And I think Astrobot would do extremely well. The problem with Astrobot right now is that it's so tailored for the PlayStation brand. Like, everything in this game is tailored for PlayStation. You know? Donovan, they may well had. We'll never know. The fan service is great for PlayStation players. I agree, Bags. I agree. And that's the reason why I don't think it's gonna. I've even got my doubts that this is gonna go to PC, because this is pretty much a full-on love letter to PlayStation. Everything about this just is personified, tailored to the PlayStation audience. Like the two, I'm actually, when I do my review, I've actually got 2 review scores for this game. One where you just don't care about the PlayStation 30 years of heritage, because that plays a key role in the game, and one where you do give a damn about that and, seeing the games that you grew up with. So when I eventually get around to my review, hopefully next week, it'll actually have 2 review scores, because it actually matters. Because as a standard platformer, it's definitely lost at least a point for me, as opposed to enjoying the fanfare and the celebration of the 30 years of PlayStation. If you're someone that enjoyed those and played PlayStation growing up, you'll really appreciate it. So this, depending on how you look at Astrobot, will vary your overall judgment of it. But even then, as a celebration of 30 years, 12,000 copies. If this game doesn't do well on the back of Concord, oh man, the layoffs are going to be even worse. You know? Yeah, but the MLB show is different to this, right? MLB The Show is just a generic baseball game with the MLB license. This is, 100% tailored to PlayStation. But it is what it is. But yeah, Varun, I agree. The sales on Astrobot flopped. You've got the PlayStation, 5 Pro presentation that flopped hard, in my opinion. I think it flopped astronomically. But they just keep taking L after L. I expect more. But, the fans who cheered Astrobot on didn't even come out and buy it. I was wondering if Jay Barry was going to buy the, like 5-6 copies of the game, considering he went from saying he doesn't play kiddie games to saying that he loves the game. But, Devastator, that's not maybe, it does have the CPU. And, let's talk about GTA. I thought I actually had the image for GTA, but apparently I do not. Which is really weird, because that was one of the topics I wanted. Well, it's on the fucking thumbnail. So it's a bit dumb not having that, but apparently I must have closed it. That's why I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. But you know what I am seeing? Geoff Keighley got community noted hard. CEOs are out of touch with the economy. Why did Microsoft do Fire Stick? Because they knew expandable cash is low for normal people. Well, no, don't get me wrong. Microsoft's approach now is to be absolutely everywhere. That is their plan. That's why I don't believe that their next console is going to be a traditional one. I think it's just going to be a non-customizable PC. with an Xbox UI on top of it with different storefronts inside. Everything points towards that. Microsoft's approach now is completely different, and they've chosen their path to be absolutely everywhere and on every screen. I don't honestly have a problem with that. I just think that if they want to go down that route, which is what it literally looks like anyway, just come out and say it to your fans. Look, we're going down this route. Some of you will like it, some of you won't. But why keep it away from your community is my point. Mate, Fair Games is just going to be another Concord. But I couldn't find the thing I was looking for, which is a shame because I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I thought I had it, and I don't, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere. But then you've got like people like, I mean, how do you guys feel about the new saga from D-Batch and Fonz? Their new villain arc is interesting, right? Mate, Hagi is the only one remaining from the RDX that's still fighting the good fight. As much as I disagree with the guy on a lot of the things he says, he's the only one that's left fighting the good fight. D-Batch has just gone full pony. Well, I won't say pony, but he's just gone full PlayStation at this point. I know he calls himself a gamer, but from his standpoint, PlayStation can do no wrong. Xbox is all bad. And Fonz, on the other hand, from what I'm seeing from him, he's not as bad as D-Batch, but if you say something that he doesn't agree with, you're an expert, so your opinion doesn't matter. And he'd done that to Lord Adict, right? And that shit got out of hand real quick. But just, when you're looking at this, those complaining about the PS5 Pro and RTX 4070, which has about the same Pro. No, it doesn't have the same GPU as the PS5 Pro is not a 4070. It's a 6800. And the 6800 is the equivalent of a 3070. And you're comparing it to a special edition console. Like, that is like literally one of the most brain rot things you can do. We all know special editions and limited editions are way more expensive. So why would you compare it to a limited edition or a special edition version of a platform? Mighty Keith is a pony. There's no denying that. But you know what? Even Mighty Keith said that the PS5 Pro should have been $600. Without the disk drive, it should have been $600. And I agree, at $600 it would have been okay. $700 is where it starts to get a bit dirty. TI moves the 3070 way ahead. The 6800 equivalent is a 3070. But I do feel like the ray tracing capabilities, if true from what Sony is saying with the PS5 Pro are ahead of what the 6800 and the 3070 can provide. In fact, probably more than what the 3070 Ti can provide. But in terms of raw performance, it's at a 3070. Your ponification is coming. Mate, people keep telling me and accusing me of being a pony so much. It's starting to get exhausting, honestly. But I just, when you're coming out with statements like this, I just think it's so stupid. I think it's stupid, and then you try to justify it as well, and it's not working. It's not a 4070. I mean, if it was for $700, that's a good damn deal, right? But it's not, right? And now, right, I'm seeing those same people poor shaming people. If you don't have the money, or if you're poor, that's why you're complaining. Like, how nasty is that to say to someone? How nasty is that to say to someone? These are, either ex-Xbox fans saying this, or those that still call themselves an Xbox fan, but I press X for doubt kind of thing. Can I not afford a PS5 Pro? Of course I can. My problem is that I think it's way too expensive at $700 for a console. Consoles generally and historically have been priced at a certain price point to make it, as an alternative to PCs. If the next console coming out is starting off at $1,000 or £1,000, it's going to be a much harder sell, right? It has the piss of technology in it. Mate, you say that's a bad look, right? You say that's a bad look. What is this then? What is this? Varun. And look, I will never deny that I don't have a PlayStation, and I do play on PlayStation, and I enjoy my games. But I also enjoy Xbox games, and I do buy Xbox games. The last 2 Xbox games I bought were Visions of Mana and what is it? Lollipop Chainsaw. I've got a 3090 Ti PC, and I still buy games on my Xbox. It's not because I don't like gaming on my PC. Just I don't always get access to my PC, but I do get access to my consoles. And when I'm not on my consoles, my kids are on my consoles, so I jump on my PC. This is why I like Game Pass more, because it gives me the freedom to play anywhere I want. Like, me as a person, Game Pass has benefited me more than the average person. Like, the only thing I'm missing really is this device here that King Fresh is mocking. But, I actually want this device. I think it's £200 too expensive, and I'm hoping on Black Friday it will drop down to £600, and I will pick it up at $600. At $800, I think it's overpriced, but at $600, I'm gonna pick it up. And I think at that point, like Sanchez was saying, I don't know if he's still here, but at that point, I think my kind of ecosystem is complete. Because if my kids are on the Xbox and the PC, I can play on my Asus ROG. Or if I'm just bored and I'm chilling out upstairs, I can play on my Asus ROG. If I'm downstairs, I can play on my Xbox or my PC. Oh yeah, I agree, Devastator. I agree. We do have a Series S, but unfortunately, it's in storage at the moment. I'm really trying, Cesano. I'm really trying. Time is when you want to review games, it is so time consuming. I do try to do like quick fire reviews that are kind of broader, and I'm gonna try those first so I can at least get some games out. Just give a broad opinion of what I think of the game, as opposed to going into skill up levels of detail. Just to give a broad opinion and what I think of the game, what it does well, what it doesn't do well, and stuff like that, as opposed to going into the nitty gritty and see how people like that sort of review. But that's what I'm planning on doing with Astrobot, which is hopefully going to arrive next week. I will say the least played platform for me is probably my Switch, even though I've got a lot of games on there. Steam Deck you can buy on sale. I've got a Steam Deck, Happy Cloud Gamer, but I can't install Xbox, PC Game Pass app on there. And for me, that's the deal breaker for the Steam Deck. I want to install my Game Pass on there. Hey, Talos. This is why I've been saying, like in my last stream as well, Microsoft right now should just come out and say, hey guys, here is the next generation Xbox handheld. Guess what? It's going to be... and, they could say, it's going to be ready Q1 2025. Pre-order start this December. Or something like that. Just showcase it. Because we know they're working on one. We know it's coming. And I think that would be a really good response to the PS5 Pro. I think because Microsoft now wants to just be everywhere. They don't want to keep it onto one place. So if that's the case, just give the people what they want. They want a handheld by Microsoft. But like I was saying, Bags, this is like brain rot, right? You can't make this shit up, right? Trying to compare this to a PS5 Pro. But I turned around to my son today and I said, to my older son, the one that occasionally joins me on podcasts and game reveals and stuff like that. And I asked him, hey, the PS5 Pro's coming out. So he looked at me and goes, so? I said, what do you think of it? Don't care. I said, okay. Nice chat. I said, so if I was to buy the PS5 Pro, would you want the PS5? And he goes, why? And I said, well, you like games like God of War. And he goes, I'll just wait until they come on PC. And I said, yeah, but you've got the console there to play it when it releases day and date. And he's like, but I don't want to play on the PS5. I want to play on my PC. And I'm like, but it's a free PS5. And he's like, I don't want it. sell it. Like, I'm like, fuck's sake. How many kids do you know that will turn down a free console, whether it's an Xbox or a PlayStation 5? I was like, God damn. I said, okay. I mean, at this point, you can't even give the bloody consoles away. I know, right, Edward? Bags, he doesn't care. His response, right? His response is, there's so many games that I'm playing right now, I just don't care if I have to wait for games to come out. Confirmed chaos shilling? Nah, my brother's buying and he's gonna try and pick like 2-3 of them up, and he's gonna sell them off. If he doesn't manage to sell any off by a miracle, I'll steal one of his. I'm not paying for it. Your son is the same, Taz? Is crazy. In fact, the only game that has actually got one of my kids to get off Roblox, because kids love Roblox. I'm talking younger kids, but the only game that has actually managed to get him off Roblox is COD. He loves Call of Duty. It's the first time he played it, and he wouldn't even let me play on beta weekend. He was like so hooked onto it. It was crazy. Watching him was just a marvel. Hey, Chris George, how's it going? Yeah, are you shocked, Bags, that GameStop stopped that promo? If you want to give it away, I'll take it. Oh, he is. He's really, really good. He's really, really good. Confirmed chaos shilling. Hey, Steve, when are you going to gift me Space Marine 2? The coping. But honestly, true PC players, they just don't care about waiting for a year for GTA. They just don't. They're not that fussed. And with GTA now on PlayStation 5 Pro, pretty much confirmed to be running at 30 FPS because it's still going to have the CPU bottleneck, and Digital Foundry has already confirmed that the bottleneck on the next generation consoles, i.e. the PS5 and the Series X, is the CPU, because it is a CPU intensive game. Having a bigger GPU will do absolutely nothing. And considering the CPU on the PS5 Pro is the same as the Series X, outside of maybe a graphical uplift with a bit more higher resolution, it's not really going to have any benefit over the Series X. And honestly, if you're going to release a Pro, that is probably one of the games that you want to make sure runs better than your competitor, right? Take it easy, Happy Cloud Gamer. Up in 6 hours? Yeah, I'm up in about 8 hours from now, so I've got a little bit more time than you. You'll wait 2 years? Honestly, I know this sounds bad, but I've got absolutely zero interest or desire to play GTA 6 when it comes out. I will play it because I know you guys will want to see it, or want to check it out, or if it's got any multiplayer. I don't know what it's got, to be fair. Maybe just play some games together or whatnot. But I've never liked GTA. I did like the original 1 and 2, the top-down version that was on the PlayStation 1. I enjoyed those. The ones that look like Micro Machines. Remember that game? Micro Machines? Those are cool. I'll gift you a game when we play it. Could be Diablo Catcher. It could be Space Marine. Could be what? That is a risk. I did not say yes to that. It cannot do Hogwarts at 60 FPS. Cygnus, but if it's not actually performing better than what the performance mode is actually running at anyway, what benefit is that? What we're saying is that the way Mark Cerny pushed the PS5 Pro was that you basically get quality fidelity at 60 FPS, and you're not getting that. Not every game will provide you that. Oh, don't get me wrong. GTA is going to be the highest selling game. It's gonna. I know that we're saying in chat that we're not. I'm not interested. A couple of others are saying it. It's going to sell shitloads. It's going to break records. It's going to break new milestones in fastest selling game. I've got no doubt about that. I'm not saying it's a crap game, although I've heard some people calling it mid and crap and whatnot, and I totally disagree with that. I did not accept the other game. I did say yes to Space Marine 2, though. You should, Devin. You might like it. Chris George, I have. It's not as bad as it actually sounds. I mean, it's still bad for the people losing their jobs, but they were expected job losses. Well, Stephanie, that's a good thing about PC. You can tweak it until you get to the perfect resolution and stuff that you want, right? I mean, I was seeing people talking about, the leap from PS4 to PS4 Pro was bigger than the leap from PS5 to PS5 Pro. Wasn't the PS4 128% improvement? Almost, I mean, every game that came on the Pro or was Pro enhanced was 60 FPS as opposed to the 30 FPS on the standard console. 128%, which I think equated to give or take, I think about 95% compared to the metric that the 45% is talking about on PS5 Pro. The PS4 Pro was a bigger leap. I mean, at $700, everyone is going to thing at it. I'm not Chris George. I mean, I'll pick it up because, like I said, people will want to play it and check it out and watch maybe it being played. But I'm one of those people that, I'd much rather have a Gears or a Halo or another Stellar Blade or another Nier Automata before GTA 6. Oh, go on then. I'll throw in Final Fantasy 17 in there as well. How are you going to quantify AI and PSSR? Well, the AI and PSSR are basically the same thing. It's just an upscaler. And all it's doing is it's basically acting like DLSS. I mean, the whole PSSR is basically DLSS. It's just a fancy name for it. It's a different name. You know how you got XS from Intel, you got FSR, you got DLSS. PSSR is just a new one. It's new. It's got lots of learning to do via machine learning. So we'll see how that performs and matures. As Chille said, the PS5 Pro is the beta console for PSSR, whereas the PS6 will probably be when it gets its 1.0 release. Did Steve just say gross because I said Gears of War? When I say a greater leap, I'm talking about in just raw power. 128% is bigger than 45%. I mean, no matter how you want to look at it, 128 is over double the performance in terms of leap compared to 45%, no? You're looking at almost triple. And to be fair, we don't know how good PSSR even is, like I was saying. I mean, if you look at the stuff that they're showing with the shadows at the moment, it could just be due to bad compression. But some of this shit looks way worse, right? Where is it? You know, some of this looks worse. That's the PS5 and that's the Pro. It looks worse. It looks way worse. Way less defined. To me, the shadows here just look worse. I know people are saying, oh, but it's the fusion and it's more like real life. This looks just nicer to me. I understand the whole concept of this, but that just looks nicer. So we don't know how the PSSR technology is actually performing. And, you know, in order to maintain that resolution, that FPS at 60, how low does the resolution get to in order to think? So until the console comes out, we just won't know, right? And this is why I said to other people, let the console do the talking. Let the console do the talking. You know, the speculation for what it can do and what it can't do and whatnot is only going to go so far. Let the console do the talking and represent itself. Have you seen Doom running on a neural network rather than being rasterized? I have not. You have the right TV to support all of this. But you know, time will tell. Oh, right. Assassin's Creed. There was a new Assassin's Creed trailer released, right? Let's check it out. That's what I wanted to check out. That doesn't look like it. Which one is it? That's 3 weeks ago. Okay, it's this one here. That seemed really loud, so let's knock it down to about here. Let me know if it's too loud, if it's not too loud. I mean, even liquid cooling still had problems on the PS5, so... But do you see where I'm coming from, Cygnus and Bags? I'm not dissing the PS5 Pro in the sense that it's a piece of shit. Having stuff on paper and numbers is all great, but you kind of want to see how that plays out. And I'm more interested in how it plays out than not. But if we are looking at the only thing that we can look at right now, which is the numbers on paper, which is the numbers they revealed, the PS4 Pro was a bigger leap in terms of just raw performance. At least on paper. Cygnus, do you feel I'm nitpicking the PS5 Pro? And if so, how? Does this look downgraded to you, or is it just me? Man, November going to be another expensive month. Yeah, that's what I thought. It didn't, you know. Where is it when she? Where was the girl? Not released what? I mean, honestly, the lighting looks okay in this scene. But considering how long they've had to develop this, I would argue that Ghost of Tsushima looks better. I mean, this is actually running 4K, right? Yeah, it is. I mean, it's still got a compression on there for sure, but and again, no gameplay. Yeah, Ubisoft is in big trouble, and it's a shame. They needed this game, and they need this game and Outlaws to really hit home. It's not doing it. You think Ghost of Tsushima's trash? Really? I saw Devastator. Yeah, but we want to see more, Steve. More. I just hope this game doesn't have the usual Ubisoft bloat. No one wants to see the usual Ubisoft bloat. No more bloat. Oh yeah, the environments look good. I'm hoping it does well and it really helps Ubisoft propel back to where it needs to be. Here we go with D-Badge again.
Maybe I should just go to PC at this point because this is quite expensive.
Yeah.
What do you imagine that would cost?
Probably a fair bit more. I mean, you need to have the GPU that you're going to need. I mean, if you consider a holistic view of all of the different components, the enhanced ray tracing, no AMD GPU has that at the moment. The machine learning block, no AMD GPU has that. It's almost like essentially an NVIDIA style feature set, but made by AMD. And the closest equivalent GPU you'll be looking at would be the RTX 4070. The 4060 is quite close to base PlayStation 5, factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on, I think it was Amazon yesterday, Amazon.com, and the cheapest one of those is $540. So beyond that, you've got to get a CPU, a motherboard, memory, power supply, case, 2 terabyte SSD. So it is going to wrap, the costs are going to ramp up, right?
So Digital Foundry went from a 6800 to a 7800 XT to a 4070. Do you reckon by next week, Digital Foundry will go to a 4080? I mean, Plumleys, I have no idea. They started off at 6800, then to 78 XT, and now to 4070. I reckon by the end of the month, it's going to be a 4090. You know what, Sanchez? I think you might be right. But D-Batch is going to take this win. You all tried to mock me. You all said I don't know what I'm talking about. You actually don't. Digital Foundry just said you will need 4070 to match it. No, you do not need a 4070. Don't forget, right? Don't forget. Don't forget. Yeah? I want to show you something. Chat, I want to show you something.
PlayStation 5 factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on which PC GPU do you believe will most closely match the new PS5 Pro GPU? Now, this is really tricky, right? Because obviously there were scenarios very, very close. There are two AMD GPUs that we've kind of had in mind for this, and they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT. We think DNA 3 lineup.
So not even the 6800 XT. It went from the 6800 to the 4070 in a day. My dudes, that Sony check cleared fast. That Sony check came in and was like, hey, buddy, you need to make sure that you start sprucing up our PS5 because our feedback is very, very bad at the moment. We need a positive reception. Can you please, here's a briefcase with money. Can you just make sure it sounds better? I don't know. You can't make this shit up, right?
Very, very close. There are two AMD GPUs that we've kind of had in mind for this, and they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT.
And then you go to this. This is 24 hours later.
Actually, an NVIDIA style feature set, but made by AMD. And the closest equivalent GPU you'll be looking at would be the RTX 4070.
That's a big leap. Hey, look. D-Batch is asking you to respect his name. You have been fighting Xbox and PC dudes. Destin asked the trainer Richard Ledbetter about how much equivalent. he says a fair bit more expensive, that no equivalent AMD GPU currently exists within its student features.
And at some point, I have to imagine people are saying, maybe I should just go to PC at this point because this is quite expensive.
Oh, it's the same thing. Same clip. Now everyone's going to be using that same clip, I guess. Yep. I don't know, man. If the console is that powerful and it's proven, I mean, at that point, $700 is a steal, right? Rewatch the video. So you got this one here.
And they would be the AMD RX radios that we've kind of had in mind for this. And they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT.
And then 24 hours later, you got...
Maybe I should just go to PC at this point because this is...
PlayStation 5 factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on, I think it was Amazon yesterday, factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on...
I mean, 24 hours ago? This is 24 hours ago.
That we've kind of had in mind for this. And they would be the AMD RX Radeon 6800, not the 6800 XT.
And look, no one's objecting, right? That was before the Sony check came in. This is after the Sony check comes in.
The 4060 is quite close to base PlayStation 5 factoring out machine learning and ray tracing. So you're looking at a 4070. I looked on...
Diablo 4's expansion might be dead on arrival. It's same days as Silent Hill 2, 3 days before Sparkling Zero, Metaphor, and Starship. Diablo aims for a different audience. Diablo isn't for me, but Taz, for example, will be all over that. Bags, I mean, I think that's what Microsoft wants ultimately, right? That's why, in my opinion, their next console is going to be a PC. That's what Microsoft wants. They want to create a reference PC that will work backwards compatible with your Xbox library that you have right now for your console, and essentially just give you the platform of, an open platform for you to buy your games where you want. I actually think that that's what they want to do right now. And, the handheld console will mean that you can play your Xbox games wherever you go. I mean, that's where I see it. I don't think they wanted to do this originally. I do think that they were forced down this path because of the FTC. But, the pivotal point for them was the ABK deal. And that has forced them down a way in a path where they just couldn't maneuver out of it, I guess. But at this point, I mean, they actually, was it Tim Stewart or Phil Spencer? One of them turned around and said, buying ABK has pushed our plans forward by 10 years. So maybe that's why we're seeing such an aggressive push right now and such a rapid change. Because maybe this was always the plan. Maybe this was always the end game. Where they bought more and more. Game Pass becomes a platform. If you're a subscriber to Game Pass, you get all the games day and date as part of your subscription. Happy days. You get them before everyone else, for now at least. Eventually it'll probably be day and date as all platforms. But you'll get it on your subscription service, and that's it. But I'm honestly starting to see this is where they want to go, and it kind of sucks, but it really, I mean, we can speculate all we want, and at the end of the day, it is just speculation. But the next Xbox, when it does get announced, will tell you where Microsoft is going. If you see Steam on there or Epic Game Store on there, they are basically becoming a third-party publisher, and they are going PC, and they want you to go PC as well. And at the next, at that point, the next machine is going to be a PC, and it will kind of be an introduction to, players for that sort of experience. But if they release a traditional console, then they're still going for it. So the next release of their console is going to be very, very important and a massive telling sign of their intentions. I just think it's going to be a PC. Edward, I mean, that's what they said, right, Edward? It accelerated their plans by 10 years. I'm not telling you to do anything, John. Jago, as long as the FTC trial continues, they're not buying nothing. And they stay shackled. I mean, I suspect, don't get me wrong, Sony will eventually follow suit. But Sony probably has another system in them, in my opinion. They have the PS6 before they fully integrate into PC. I don't see them doing it before the PS7. I don't think there's going to be a traditional PS7 either. I think at that point they're going to pivot into a change as well. But I do think Sony has one more generation console in them before they start to kind of merge and go day and date. But I do think that with Xbox, at this point, I think they've lost so much value in the hardware. And even like many of you in the chat say that, it's got the hardware isn't important anymore. It's all about MAUs and how many people they can get playing. So at that point, it's all about basically the hardware for the console just isn't important anymore. And with them selling as it's now been revealed, 22 million consoles, for them, as far as they're concerned, is a telling sign that more and more people are moving to PC. I mean, the dumbest thing I normally see, right, is when someone turns around and goes, they tag Phil Spencer and they say, right, I'm selling my Xbox and I'm moving to PC, but I'm still going to have Game Pass. So Phil Spencer's probably there going, cha-ching! One down, another 23 million to go. Wait, they still make Sony Walkmans? No way. I haven't seen that in ages. It's called Fair Game, I think, Taz. I don't know. What do you guys think about what I'm saying? Jago, Ubisoft? I think the only viable one that can buy them is Tencent, or they are going to disappear. Or they're going to start selling their IPs, at which case Microsoft can buy their IPs. I got really lucky, Anime. I won a year subscription through the Genshin Impact giveaway. So I'm sorted until 2026 when the next Xbox arrives, so I can see what it is. Bon, I reckon mid to end of 25. But I think they need to come out with a handheld. I think they need to come out with a handheld like this year, or at least show it very soon. In fact, show it in Tokyo Game Show, where the handheld market is growing rapidly over there. By easier, Tazmon, it stops the instant fail mechanics that they have in the game, which can be annoying for some people. They didn't like it during the Assassin's Creed games. No one wanted it now. They finally listened. But yeah, it's a bit of a yikes situation. But wrapping up the show, Atlas seemed very happy with the titles on Game Pass and the whole, $70 Persona Reload with its expansion being on Game Pass. People can say all they want, but Sega themselves have come out publicly saying that, it's clearly it performed well for their metric. So people can stop moaning now that Game Pass kills games. They're really happy, and that's all there is to it. So good to see a publisher come out and say that Game Pass has covered their metrics, Game Pass has done well for them, and that they're really happy with what it is. We've got two things left to go over. There's this clip here from Reforge. I haven't done a Reforge clip in ages, but apparently this one is really salty when people basically say bad things about the PS5 Pro.
Who in their right mind would spend $700 on a PS5 Pro just to play 60 FPS? $700 is too much. Then go buy a $700 PC.
The guy
and tell me where you land
about a PC.
On performance. It won't be 4K ray tracing 60 FPS in games like Ratchet and Horizon Forbidden West. Go do it. Go do the benchmark.
Wait, this dude actually believes that the PS5 Pro is going to do 4K 60 FPS? Does he not realize that it's using an upscaler to hit 4K? Why are they so stupid? Man, I don't trust anything that team says anymore. I'll believe it when I see it.
Man, go. I'm serious. That's the number one thing you should be saying to the PC-centric YouTubers, to the PC-centric journalists, in quotations. That's what you should be saying to every single PC person that keeps saying things like that. Go buy a $700 PC and then run benchmark tests on Horizon Forbidden West and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and report back to me your findings. I would.
How do you guys make so much money on that rewards? I've been trying to use that rewards for ages and I can never make any points on it. Like, I think I've made like $5 in what? 6 months? How the hell do you guys make enough money every month to make like $10 a month? I didn't say Assassin's Creed looks shit. I think Ghost looks better, but I didn't say it looks shit. How do you get 1,200 points a day? I mean, I only log in like once a week, but still, how do you get points?
Would like to know how great a $700 PC is going to run these games. Do it. Why are all these YouTubers that are supposed to be the be all end all know it alls about PC and technology? Why are they not doing that right now? Why are they not running benchmark tests on Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and Horizon Forbidden West on $700 PCs? Show us, oh grand PC czars, show us the power and the prestige of a $700 PC. Do it.
A $700 PC can run those games at 60 FPS with DLSS, not with ray tracing though.
I'm serious. Every day I'm losing more and more respect for people who are supposed to be authorities on technology and authorities on gaming, and they scoff at $700. Build a $700 PC and run benchmark tests on Horizon Forbidden West and Ratchet and Clank. Do it. Show us the maximum performance you can get in those games. I can't wait to see your videos about it. You guys are supposed to be the people that do that, right? You're supposed to be telling people all about the tech, all about PCs, all about how it works and how to maximize performance and how to get the best bang for your buck. Why aren't they doing that right now? It's dead quiet on the PC-centric side in a real easy thing they could do right now. If I was a PC-centric guy and I was big into the tech, I would have day one been like, I'm going to build a $700 PC, I'm going to maximize how strong it could be, and then I'm going to run benchmarks on Horizon Forbidden West and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Find me a YouTuber, find me an outlet that has done that. Find them. Find them and destroy them. They're not out there. No one's doing it. The thing doesn't come out till November, so how will they benchmark against it? They're not benchmarking against anything, Severin. Show me the maximum performance of a $700 PC. It's real easy test. Real easy. Buy your $700 PC and show me the maximum performance capabilities of it with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and Horizon Forbidden West. Super easy thing to do right now. A breeze. Super easy test to run. Why aren't they doing it? It's literally their job. It's what they do. They're supposed to be experts in the field. Why aren't they doing that?
My dude is so salty. He is so salty. Why is he angry? Basically, some dude said, paying $700 to play 60 FPS is too much money. Mentioned nothing about PC, by the way. Not a single thing did they mention about PC. But he went on a tirade against PC bad. And well, for those of you that are actually looking forward to Chernobylite, you can wishlist it on PC right now, Chernobylite 2. And I'm guessing you can pre-order it on console, maybe? I'm not sure. Wishlist Stalker Tuna. That's just so harsh. These are indie devs, man. No need for that level of bullshit. I know, right, Brick? That does sound like a fair trade. Like, that guy is just so full of... Oh, it's just so weird, man. Right? And now everyone is going to be talking about what Richard said about the game X, the PS5 Pro being a 4070 and all this, and I'm already seeing it. This is nasty. So I'm not going to entertain that tonight. And that's about it. Anything else anyone wants to talk about? We've spoken about the PS5 Pro not going to not doing the wonders it's supposed to. I don't know. All I saw with Richard is that yesterday he said, it was a 6800. 24 hours later, my dude changes to a 4070. That's a drastic change. Anyway, folks, I think that's going to be it then, since no one else has anything they want to talk about and add. I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover in this stream. It's been pretty good, honestly. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I hope you've had fun. Thank you so much for the super chats and the memberships. I appreciate it all. But yeah, it's a wrap. I'm gonna potentially be back tomorrow over at Twitch, streaming what is it called? Lollipop Chainsaw, for those interested. I've got it on Xbox, so you can check out how it runs, how it performs. So if you're interested in that, I will be around tomorrow. But otherwise, that's it, folks. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one. Remain legend, folks. Have a good night. Thanks, Steven. Thanks, Woodpip. Have a good one, Bags. Take it easy, Taz. John. Diablo. Sanchez. Have a good one, folks. Have a good one, John.